A very good morning to Prof. Vinesh, Professor Ho, Dr. Sankaria, Ms. Lynette Christie, fellow colleagues and students. Welcome to the 5th International Conference of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, ICIE 2022. I'm Subhashini Subramaniam, your host for today's event. Before we move on with the agenda for today, this is to inform that this event today is being broadcasted live via APU's Facebook page and APU's YouTube channel. Do watch and leave some feedback and commentaries. Ladies and gentlemen, a little brief about our conference today. The ICIE 2022 is an yearly effort by the Asia Pacific University. Previously, for the two consecutive years, in 2018 and 2019, the conference was referred as the International Conference of Humanities, Technology and Science. Following that, in 2022 and 2021, the conference was renamed as the International Conference of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Once again, this year, the 5th ICIE 2022. Today, APU offers us the 5th International Conference on Innovation and Entrepreneurship, ICIE 2022, with the theme Sustainable Growth Beyond New Normas. Providing a unique insight to the real world of business and entrepreneurship, the ICIE 2022 offers you a wide range of effort and successful research led by academics and students. For reference, the ICIE 2020 and ICIE 2021, which was held the last 2 years, was successfully conducted virtually and reached out to many viewers globally. So, for a treat, we now bring you a video presentation of the conferences held previously, which covers the moments captured during 2018 and 2019 conferences, which was held here physically in APU, and the ICIE 2020 and ICIE 2021, which was conducted virtually. Enjoy the presentation. Thank you, team. Our first agenda for today is the welcome speech by our very own Professor Dr. Vinesh Tiruchelvam Chief Innovation and Enterprise Officer at Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. Professor Vinesh carries 20 years experience of a mixture of engineering, education, operations and maintenance, facility management, design and project management in various industries ranging from building services, property, oil and gas, district cooling plants, cogeneration, power plants and the port industry. He has managed deliveries of international projects in the Maldives, India, Russia, Iran, UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Vietnam, Brunei, and Malaysia in property sector, port, oil and gas, and power plant industries. He was the principal engineer on the Waste to Energy Technology Transfer Project from 2002 to 2004 under the MOSTI and MHLG, head of the Westport RTG O&M department from 1998 to 2002, where he managed the facility management, operations and maintenance programs and technical team. Having moved to the Middle East in 2005, he focused his specialization mainly in the building services property sector, primarily in designing and project delivery of sustainable and energy efficient building. During his Middle East stint, he also lectured in the Masters in Energy and Masters in Sustainable Design programs at the British University in Dubai and Harriet Ward University Dubai campuses and served as an IAP member. We welcome Professor Vinesh.
Thank you, Shubi. Very quick welcome and intro to the ICIE 2022 for this year. Yeah, I want to welcome firstly our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ho, who's very kindly made time to grace this conference this year, and also welcome the two distinguished speakers who have also supported this conference by giving their time this morning, and all the participants, students, and also fellow lecturers who are in the auditorium today, and all those who are online. This is our 5th year. We have managed to keep on going even during the lockdown and slow times of the pandemic. So a very big thank you to the team that has worked behind the scene in bringing the conference together, establishing a gateway towards papers to be submitted, and for today's arrangement as well. Yeah. So have a very good conference. Thank you for all the submissions from all the various participants for your papers. We will hope to get them published in the near future, in the very near future. Yeah. And we hope to carry on this legacy of this conference, especially next year, where we hope to bring it back to the 2018 scenario. So thank you and have a very good conference. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Vinesh. Moving on, our next agenda for this morning is the opening speech by Professor Ho Chin Kwan. Professor Ho Chin Kwan is the Vice Chancellor of Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation. He's also the Fellow at the Yangtze Delta Region Institute in Tsinghua University, China. His research interest includes computational intelligence, machine learning, and trustworthy artificial intelligence. He has been an ICT consultant for the past 15 years, bringing research into industrial practice. Professor Ho has experience working with clients from numerous industries and government agencies, where he led the design, development, and delivery of solution planning and areas of smart services, IT master planning, network fault analysis, data analytics, policy and regulatory framework for ICT, and talent development. He was the lead trainer for Telecom Malaysia's Data Science Upskilling Program. He was a member of the National Big Data Analytic Task Force under MDEC. Professor Ho won awards of outstanding contribution to education in 2015 Asia Education Excellence Award. More recently, he won the gold medal and semi-grand prize winner at the 2020 International Invention Innovation Competition in Canada. Professor Ho has been acknowledged as an expert in the field of artificial intelligence at the 2019 Entrepreneur Summit in Jiangxing, China. We welcome Professor Ho on stage.
Thank you, Shubi. Very good morning. Prof. Vinesh, our Chief Innovation Enterprise Officer, would like to welcome also our two keynote speakers. Firstly, Dr. Sankar Sri, whom quite pleasantly surprised to meet today. Of course, we were in the same institution once upon a time, and so good to see you, and thank you for taking time off today. Ms. Lynette, our second keynote speaker, welcome again. I hope that you enjoy the conference and enjoy the hospitality of APU. Heads of schools of APU, colleagues and students, good morning and welcome to the, I understand, the 5th installment of the International Conference on Innovation and Entrepreneurship. Allow me this very brief moment to give an overview of APU, the Asia Pacific University. There are three key elements in the DNA of APU. Two of them you'll find in the name of the university. Number one is technology focused or technology driven. You will see that we are one of the premier digital tech universities in Malaysia, one of the leading universities in Malaysia that provides and feed talents into the industry from a wide variety of technology areas, especially computing, engineering, right? And we also have, other business programs and non-technical programs which are very much tech-focused. That is the main difference. So technology is very much in our DNA. Now, the second element in our DNA is, of course, innovation, and you find innovation in today's conference theme. And we have been very intent and very aggressive lately under Prof. Vinesh Enterprise initiatives where we run a lot of startup weekends, Enterprise Wednesday, getting people together, getting ideas together, and supporting good ideas that we will think will translate into good products of commercial value. So we do innovation on a variety of levels. We do innovation in our programs, in our research. We have quite senior researchers here today. And of course, we also innovate in terms of our networks, yeah. And of course, the final one is entrepreneurship, yeah. Because at APU, of course, we boast 100% employment, but in the future, what you also want to do is to make sure that our students are not only job seekers, but they are also job creators. That is one of the key things that we are going for. And, while preparing for, going to this conference, I read an article from the World Economic Forum just yesterday night before I went to bed. And it says that, the employees of the future aren't necessarily entrepreneurs, because there has to be some enterprising or entrepreneurial spirit in, the workers of the future. Just don't sit down there and expect to, work normally. So I believe that this conference is very much in the spirit of the DNA of APU, yeah, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I was told there are over 40 papers and presentations in this conference. I hope you enjoy this conference and you learn something new, if not make new friends in these conferences. So thank you very much to the organizers for putting all this together, and have a fruitful time at this conference. And of course, for those who are viewing online, welcome. Of course, you may be participating online this time, but when we organize this conference again next year, you are very much welcome to step into the campus of APU. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with our agendas, for a change, we would like to call upon Professor Vinesh and Professor Ho to present the token of appreciation to the keynote speakers. I would like to call upon Dr. Sankaria up on stage to receive the token of appreciation. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Lynette Christie up on stage. I call upon Prof. Vinesh, Prof. Ho, and the two keynote speakers to be up on stage for the photography session. Moving on, as scheduled, the next agenda is the keynote address by Dr. Sankaria Sriramula. Dr. Sankaria Sriramula is currently the Chief Data Scientist at the APP Sinarmas in Indonesia. He is an accomplished data science and AI leader with over 14 plus years of experience in innovation and bridging new AI and data science solutions to different industries in both public and private sector. He currently leads the data science team at Center of Excellence in APP Sinarmas Group that focuses on data science-driven innovation and deploying digital solutions at scale. He led development and deployment of emerging capabilities such as sales and quantity forecasting, airline data analytics, supply and demand forecasting, Industry 4.0 with predictive maintenance and prescriptive maintenance, fiber tree analytics using drones and clouds, and precision agriculture. Dr. Sankaria received his PhD with 10 ISI publications and with Best Thesis Award in Information Technology from Multimedia University, Cyberjaya. He received Master of Engineering in Embedded System Technologies and Bachelor of Technology in Electronics and Communication Engineering. During his research tenure in Intel Researcher, he was selected as the Best Brains in the World Scholarship Institute by Department of Education, Government of Malaysia. The scholarship issued to outstanding researchers in Malaysian universities. During his distinguished career, his achievement as an outstanding researcher has been more than matched by his excellent research accomplishments. He was selected as the young AI expert from Malaysia to attend the world's top 100 artificial intelligence researchers meet in Italy in 2016. He has filed 1 patent, published 2 books, chapters in Springer, and 18 research publications in reputed ISI journals and conference proceedings. He has also successfully completed several research projects of national importance. He has delivered more than 50 hands-on workshops, invited talks, and keynote addresses in various universities and conferences. We proudly welcome Dr. Sankaria Sriramula.
Good morning to everyone. Today's my topic, it seems to be something different. So even though I come from a technology background and I'm an IT guy, so I'm going to talk about business because as a data scientist, most of the people see as a technology side. And mostly people see data science means is like it's a pure computer science. But when it comes to me, data science is a business because so every aspect of data, we look into the value. So the value means how we can bring a business value out of the data. Okay. So most of the topics today I'm going to share is on my personal experiences. Last 8 years, what I am working as a data scientist. Um, so how data science or a data can relate to a business. Okay, looking at the topic title also, right? So here the biggest challenge to everyone today's problem is how data science role can be bring to the business units, and how you can leverage the business, means how you can enhance the business, how you can bring the value to the any organization or a business. That's what my topic. So okay, before going to topic, let me introduce myself. Who am I? So what I do it. So as a data scientist, I narrate insights as a data stories, because stories are always a memorable. Because if you're looking at this picture also, right? So from the data, so we extract the insights. From insights, we derive the stories. The stories are always memorable, because if you tell a story to any human, right, people listen, right? People hear it. So that's what we call it as a data stories. So again, whatever you bring a insightful data stories, it should be concise, it should be insightful, it should engage the customers or a business people. What you are saying, it should be meaningful, right? So, and also whatever you talk, that should be also automated. That's where a technology also we put it into place. So that's where is like, if you're looking at a nutshell, what I'm trying to do today as a data scientist, we are not trying to compete. If you ask me, I'm not trying to compete, or I'm not trying to do any miracles. Most of the people says that data scientists, they are doing a magic. But if you ask me, my concept, so I'm not trying to compete or do something else. But what I try to do everyday business is, I'm trying to shaping the industry, means what every day it can be useful to every customer or every people in the industry or a business, how it can be useful their daily lives. So in this sense, right, this is one of the complex project which I worked last 4 years. So we have more than a $3 million we spent. And this project, we've helped many complicated remote tasks run better and simpler. Means we have remote forestry area, and wherever the field, so we are monitoring every tree of it. So how we sent all these things are remote. So this is the way we sit in somewhere some thousands kilometers far ahead. So we sit and we analyze the every tree of it. So looking at it, what I'm going to cover today is what is data science, what are the challenges, how it relates to business, what are the business use cases, what's next, and conclusions. Okay. Moving forward, I just want to place, I want to play one small video just to give an introductory of what is data science. People should know what is data science, right?
Today is definitely one of these days. But don't worry, because tomorrow your luck will change and things will go brilliantly thanks to data science. Wait a minute, you silly pretzel. Do you even know what that is? Okay, let me explain. First, the data. It can be recorded in everything you do. Here, here, and, well, there. You might want to look at your customers' past behavior, but also at the behavior of similar customers. The first step is to put all the information and characteristics we've recorded for a crowd of individuals in what we call a feature matrix. And here is where the science comes into play. Science is all about models. Two types of models are generally used in data science: unsupervised and supervised. For you, yes, you may want to better target your ad campaigns based on where your customers are from. But you may not have that precise information. Your data is here to help. You can actually extract groups of similar customers. This is called clustering. This is what unsupervised learning can do for you. And you can get even more out of your feature matrix. By applying different models on the different groups, you can try to predict accurately the behavior of a new customer based on your existing customers. For example, is a new customer, which seems to belong to Group A, likely to buy this product B that you're selling? This is what supervised learning can do for you, and it may be well worth your investment. See? Not so complicated.
So if you're looking at this video, right, the simple way of how the people's mindset capturing as a simple popcorn business. If you're looking at here, so here what they're trying to collect is what is a people's behavior. So that is the data. Then we apply a science on it. So that is where we put it in some technology in it. So then combining data plus science, what we are bringing out is a value, means like which customer wants what and how we can leverage it. So how we can focus a customer oriented attraction. That is what we do as a data science. Okay. Sorry. So if you're looking at this Venn diagram also, right? This Venn diagram, if you're looking at, mostly people see is science part. So most of the people today, people talking about a science part. People are not talking about the top part, domain knowledge. That is where a business. So these computer science and statistics today's technology, right? So if you know what is the business wanted and what is the business requirements and what is the problem, all these left and right blocks, it's easily can be implemented if you know Googling very well. Okay. So that's where my focus is all today on a business side. So looking at it, who is a data scientist? What data scientists do? If you're looking at it, the simple definition, right? Data scientist is a profession that requires a range of technical and domain-based skills. That's what we call it as a business skills to manage and analyze data to solve business problems. Always, it is not the software job. Software engineer, what it does is like, so they take some problem and they create a program and that's it. But when it comes to the data scientist, so we always analyze the data and sometimes we recreate the problem or redefine the problem and we give a solutions which is should be as a value oriented, value generated. So data scientists generally forefront of all the businesses. Always we transform the way of business works. So the way of life of every customer. The simple example is, so the field previously, the workers used to go and verify it, what is happening in the field. And now we are not doing that. So what we are trying to do is, we are giving instructions to workers where, what to do. So means the worker is not required to go and verify every insects or every place of a trees. So what we are trying to do is we are giving even a geolocation of every tree. We are precisely monitoring of every tree remotely. So this kind of transform we have brought into a business and also as a customers. So also what we do is we do a lot of things. I don't want to talk about it, what visualization, what transform, what cleansing, all those is a general. So if you're looking at the last two lines, right? So the mainly the data scientist, the biggest role here is how communicate results, how your analysis can be communicated to the stakeholders. Means like how you transform your analysis into a business way. So what is the business wanted and how your results brings to a business value. So that's the communication is very important. And also convincing a decision makers. So let me give you one simple example here, how decision making can help. So one of my project, which is a retail project, retail supermarket project. So we had problem saying that, can you analyze our data and give us some feedback of it? So my fellow teammates have assigned the same task and they came up saying that these are the products are highly selling, these are the products are not selling. So that's it. So if I take it that to stakeholder, so he will ask, so what? So what? This is what a question, right? So they knew already. It's like which products are selling, which products are not selling. They knew already. So if you ask the grocery shop or the salesman, right? They are very intelligent than any of our data scientists. So when I look at the analysis of results, so what I noticed is there are two products I wanted to bring it here is one is the Pampers and another one is a Oreo biscuits. If you're looking at domain knowledge here, right? So what it brings the business value here is if you're looking at a Pampers or biscuits, either the kids will take biscuits. It doesn't mean that adults won't eat a biscuits, but majority of the biscuits eaters are kids. Pampers who uses kids, and at the same time maybe adults like elderly, right? They also eat more biscuits, just like kids. So if you're looking at the correlation here, right? So both are relates. One is highly selling, one is not selling. So that's where a business value. What I ask them is, can you combine this as a combo? Reduce a margin here, reduce a margin here, combine it. The people psychology here is right, wherever the percentage of promotion or percentage of something is adding a bundle, people likes it. So that's where we put it and we started tracking it, how the people psychology. So this is the way domain knowledge and how you can convince the decision makers from the business. So what we added here is it's not only the analysis, what we added a business value here so that we can extract the more business out of it. So what are the challenges today? So if you're looking at most of the places, right, people talk about artificial intelligence, but everywhere the problem is where all data scientists comes, and people thinks is data scientists should know so much, and AI is so magic and so on. So people think differently. This is what is happening actually. What this video shows, right? So there is required in every domain. Actually, it doesn't mean that data scientists should know everything. So even in data science field, there is a sub narrow fields as well. So what to do on each aspects of our data itself. So if you're looking at it, even today, the people call it as data storyteller as well. So once we analyze the data, so our data storyteller, so he will bring his narratives. So he brings us a business recommendations that we communicate. Previously, people used to show graphs. Now we are calling as a business recommendations as well. So how the graphs can be derived as recommendations. Okay, looking at these, right, what Microsoft chairman says, if you're looking at the data, so since 2003, if you're looking at it, only few 5 exabytes of data. But now today, if you're looking at every day, there are a few petabytes of data is keep increasing. That's a way of the business also looking from the data, because when the data is rising, so they are all spending for data. So if we go every restaurant, they are using a simple computer to generate a bills, right? Which means they are also storing the data. And even your home, your phone, every person having a phone, if you're looking back at last 5 years, your phone's capacity and today's capacity is becoming. And if you wanted to extract some number, so you are confused, where is that number, and what's name I shaped, and so on. So now how to extract the particular contact or particular picture from your phone and so on. So that is where actually the data people are coming into that, how we can extract it. So that's where is like you can see that voice, right? So you can also ask Google, hey Google, pick me that number, pick me that address, pick me that photo, and so on, right? This is what the behind scene what our AI engineers works as well. So looking at on most of the challenges today, data scientists are, right. So lack of relevant data, because actually if you want to extract the business information, so there may not be relevant information. Let me give you one simple example of another project. So we also work on a tissue forecasting. One of the project, complex project. So before COVID, we started a forecasting. So what happened is we have to focus the products, what is the user usage and so on, so that we can also plan for a demand. So the problem here is if you over forecast or under forecast, both are the problems. It's like if you over forecast is inventory problem. If you are under forecast, we are losing a business opportunity. You can't deliver on time. So the situation what happened is when it comes to the COVID, there are people uses a packet tissues, right? And also you, how many knows there are different brands of women uses of tissues. So because male uses tissue different and women uses a different types of tissue, and also region to region people uses a different tissues. And again, when it is a social distancing and not social distancing, so these are the data business doesn't give it. So that's what relevant data, which means so we have to extract externally. So how and where we have to find our own. So how this social influencing data comes into picture. So also business expectations. Most of the cases, businesses also are looking at high expectations. Data science means is a magic. So they wanted so much miracle numbers. So that is also biggest challenge. So what another aspect is businesses also should be in a realistic. So it's like most of the data science is deals with the data. It's not only internally, it also is external as well, right? So that's where is like whenever any business person when talking about a data, so we should also put in a place at the first level saying that what can be done, what cannot be done, and what is the limitations, and so on. So these are the one of the challenges to be defined at the initial of any problem. So looking at bottom right, this is another example which we worked it. If you're looking at it, example, right, being a solo woman like a negative against in the getting loan. So this is, we call it as a credit scoring. So generally if you go any bank, they have some credit scoring system. When you fill the application form nowadays, even online, when you fill the application form, they evaluate your details, and based on that they give some credit scoring whether you are eligible for a loan or not. If you're looking at it, single mother or single woman, right, normally the chances of rejection is a higher. That's what a data show sorry, people psychologically thinks in the banks. But when you're looking at a history of data, right, so what happened is they are the people paying on time the loans. So this is what a strategy changed when it comes to us. So we have asked to relook into that. This is where we call it as a redefining the problem. So if you're looking at a generic approach and data approach, right, that's where it's like we brought it in a different approach, humanistic approach. So there, your generic approach doesn't work. Some of the cases, our approaches may not work. So that's where we collaborate with more business oriented. We measure the humanistic approach or data approach, and together generic and data approaches together is call it as a hybrid approach. So this is one of the best example also how we can attract the customers as well. So next challenges to data is mostly what we deal is what happened past and what is going to happening now and what will happen. These are the biggest challenges most of the times, right? So we have to, the last one, what will happen? This is what we have to do it. Business also always expects what will happen my business, what will happen tomorrow my sales, what will happen my tomorrow's income, so whether it my losses and so on, right? So all these the biggest factors actually for everything for a future, we should also relate the present and the past as well. What has happened and what is happening and what going to happen it to relate that. So the biggest game changer today is, so what's happening is if you take it into electrification industry, right? So you have a lot of, it's like every place you have challenges, how you can, okay. So the biggest challenge here.
At Veritone, we believe artificial intelligence will play a key role in building a safer, more vibrant, transparent, and empowered society. Green energy is poised to change our world for the better. But to set off a green energy boom, the grid must go digital. Grid operations are becoming more complex. Today's utilities must respond to changing weather and energy demands, and day-ahead forecasts are no longer enough. An ever-growing number of distributed energy resources has led to network congestion, inconsistent energy delivery, device failures, and blackouts. Providers are under pressure to deliver a consistent and profitable energy supply across a variety of old and new energy sources, which often collide. Managing these complexities can be daunting. That's where artificial intelligence comes in. Veritone Energy Solutions are harnessing the power of AI, revolutionizing today's energy grids and cutting millions of dollars in costs for utility companies and consumers. Utility grid operators, equipment and storage providers, and energy aggregators use Veritone to optimize their smart grids. Our patented AI technology first collects current weather forecast data, energy demand, and pricing data, and sends this data to the control hub. Autonomous control and decision-making can be centralized or distributed to individual microgrids and devices. The control hub also detects the current state and capacity of each energy device on the grid. From there, we apply predictive models, rules, and learning to determine the ideal energy supply mix and pricing to meet grid demand in near real time. So forward-thinking operators know how much energy to send to which device, at what price, and when, based on predicted future conditions. This process repeats every second of every day for a perfectly synchronized and optimized energy grid. With Veritone, utilities can deliver profitable renewable energy with unparalleled grid stability and efficiency. We're optimizing the energy grid and accelerating the world's transition to more sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy. Join the AI revolution. Contact Veritone today.
So if you're looking at what these videos shown, right? So the videos mainly shows the technology is there. So what I'm trying to show here is you don't need to do a technology part. Today is everything technology is there. You should know how to utilize it technology. The what is missing in data science, right? The business knowledge. So as a business people, right? So if I had an knowledge of business to the technology, so because most of the people coming from a technology background like me, so we struggled a lot understanding a business. So because it took me years to understand the business. So when it comes to you guys, actually the business knowledge, you are better than us. So what is the advantages here is when you understand the domain very well, and only some extent if you put it efforts of how to bring it the technology together, right, you will be more successful than us. So that is the difference of a data science side. The more opportunities to the business background people than technology background people. So if you're looking at another challenges is also big data. So again here people talks about only 4 V's. It's the variety, volume, velocity, and veracity. But no one talks about another V, call it as a hidden V, which call it as a business value. How value can be derived from these varieties or veracity of data. So if you're looking at a variety, because everyone types in a different, right? So good morning, Ira. a full form, someone writes GM, someone writes in another way as well, right? So that is a variety. And people also high volume is like people sends a high volume of data. You take an example of your social media, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, and so on. So the velocity also same thing, like per second, terabytes of data is moving on. So all these data, everyone are spending money, right? So if you're looking at it, what people are trying to do with this data, no one knows it. So my past experience, I worked in a Facebook 6 months. So what we used to do is, my job is I need to collect it. How many people in each region are, what are the types of age group people are using a McDonald's pictures. I'm only McDonald's advertisement. So what I worked is like a project. So that's where is like, if you open a Facebook, if you put it any of your McDonald's pictures or any time, so you will get a McDonald's advertisement. So that kind of work we have done it. So if you're looking at it, what is advertisement is a value. So how you take a relevant data and put it into a value out of it. So what Bill Gates also says is like, so if I were starting out today, I would consider 3 fields. One is AI, and another is energy and biosciences. So all these 3 talking about today is a business. So every aspects of a business, if you're looking at it, right? Energy, I shown one video, and another is AI system. So what AI bringing a business value, and so on. If you're looking at this is another video as well. It's like it talks about same thing is biosciences as well. So energy,
The world of
biosciences,
energy is
how,
changing,
they bring a business value.
and change is good. It creates new opportunities. As long as we can adapt, the potential is endless. But in the world of energy, change can be difficult. It's fast and complex, and we still need to maintain grid stability and power quality, ensure cybersecurity, and provide affordable and reliable energy. Rise to the challenge. It's time to accelerate the change by driving energy intelligence. From the smartest way to control your grid, to the new opportunities at the grid edge, and across connected electrification solutions. Imagine the possibilities once the grids are truly smart. It will be possible to operate and maintain grids with confidence. Use data to create transparency and react quickly to whatever's next. Ensure an energy supply that meets every requirement. We at Siemens are driving energy intelligence so you can master all the changes today and tomorrow.
Siemens.
So another challenge is most of the people talks about a business, they wanted immediately to bring the technology. So it is not going to happen overnight. So another biggest challenge, people what thinks is everything they wanted to digitize immediately. So it's what happens is it's all need to be step-by-step process, and also stages by stages, right? So how you can gather intelligence and also bring a changes into the market. So market also is like a dynamic, and also how we can change it. So people immediately hire a data scientist and ask them immediately to bring the value. That is also not going to happen it. So that's the reason most of the cases, right? Most of the businesses, 80% of people fail. So because they don't analyze properly what need to be done, and what they wanted and what need to be done, and so on. So this is where starts a business. So whatever I have shown so far, right, all these is the challenges and the problems of a business, yeah, in terms of today's world. So what we need to do is like when you're looking at it, everything is decision intelligence, which is called as a business. The core business is today is a decision intelligence. So how you can bring a decision intelligence that is like a human intelligence. So no matter what technology is going to come, so you can't replace with a human intelligence, right? So that is where it's like a business plays into major role. So looking at it, let's understand what is a decision intelligence. So if you're looking at it, the definition, simple definitions talks, right? So it is application of data science within the context of a business problem. So, and it is achieved by a factoring a stakeholder behavior to influence adoption and decision making. So how you can influence the people, so how you can bring a decisions. So this is very important in any of business problems. So when you don't understand a business problem very well, so it will be a biggest failure. So again is also is a decision intelligence augments into two disciplines, which is generally we call it as social science and managerial science. Social science, in the sense, I have given a couple of examples earlier as well. Social science, how you relate to the people or social factors. So, and also again you bring it a managerial science, means like how you manage any problem. So it can be a simple problem or a big problem and so on. And again you can't generalize the problem as well. So many cases of people generalize the business problems, so most of the cases it may not work. The another one is when you're looking at contextualizing is right. So people only talks about data insights, but they are not talking about how insights are relate to the social behavior. So again is like how it can make a decision making. This is also third factor is people forgets it. So if you're looking at a nutshell overall what is a decision intelligence talks is, and what it gives a message to us is, a data science or a social science or managerial science alone cannot do any changes. So what it brings value here is the together. So means like a decision in means like if you want to get a better business decisions, you should combine data science and social science and managerial science. If you're looking at it here, the bottom sentences right here, if you're looking at um, sorry, if you're looking at these three, right? So the major factors, if you're looking at social science and managerial science, is the biggest factors play in a business. So again, is like importance of a business towards data science is also looking at it, right? So always like a business intelligence require smarter decisions. So it's not like how you do and how smarter way you can get a value out of it. And also is like any case, if you go any case, what it drives is like how you can manage the business efficiently. So means like how effectively you can bring the value out of it. So next is like many people talks about a better product, but if you ask me, so we have to concentrate on the bottom ones is like how we leverage the data for a business decisions, and how we assessing the business decision. These factors is like the first one, business intelligence in a smarter decisions, and the business decisions leveraging, and also assessing the business decisions. You should assess it. So if you don't assess it, that will be a bigger challenge as well. So the biggest failure is to happen is when people don't assess what is going to happen, it or what is relates to the given data or a given problem and so on. So if you're looking at all those factors, again is a automatic recruiting process, means like so how you can bring it in recruiting, in the sense it's not HR here. What we are trying to do is how you recruit different aspects of the domains, and how you can combine and you can bring it automated, right? Every aspects is like people today is like we are all becoming a lazier and lazier today. So everyone wants a simple, right? So people don't want it to make complex. So if you ask even your phone, even you don't want to type, people even talking, right? So people don't want even search. So that kind of lazier we are becoming. So that's where people wanted a smarter system. So people, everyone look at it, any system, any solution, any business problem, if you bring it, they wanted a wow factor. So wow, okay. So again, if you're looking at it, where all data science can be useful, if you're looking at a manufacturing sector, so manufacturing sector is one of the biggest sector. Actually, a lot of transformation is happening. So how you can bring the losses into minimized, okay? So the next is a retail industry, which I given one example of how which products are selling, which products are not selling. And you might have seen some of the supermarkets when you go, time to time, the products also keep changing the racks, right? And some of the products on a customer places, those are all is like given by some of the data people suggestions that you might notice if you're looking back like 5-6 years back and today the system is entirely changing rapidly, right? So this as one of the changes brings from the business decisions. The next thing is travel industry. Travel industry, you might have seen some of the places. When you book a flight, immediately it comes up, do you want a hotel? When you book a hotel, also gives a recommendations, right? There are a lot of things is like travel industry also. There are a lot of business plays into how you can attract the customers, so giving a loyalty coupons and promotions and so on. So financial services sector, many people knows like no. Please remember is like no business or no organization gives a free. Yeah? So we thinks is like it's all attractive. So it is attracting the customer. So if you're looking at a simple example is Google, Gmail. I'm using a Gmail since 2014. I used to use a free, but last couple of years my data is keep growing. I have to subscribe. So if you're looking at it, almost like 16 years I used a free. Last 2 years I'm paying. So in lifetime I'm going to pay to the Google, right? So this is what is like over the period they are going to bind you internet. So you look at the internet. Sometimes they were given lesser and lesser prices over the period. People are going to increase, and you're never going to come out. So that is where it's like as the financial sector is also playing a biggest role in business analytics. So looking at it, how data science can improve a business efficiency. So here is like what we have to think here is data scientist job doesn't end with providing a relevant business recommendations. So what we have to do is here not only giving a recommendations, we also need to adopting the solutions, because actually when you bring some kind of recommendation, you do this, this can change your business. So that's not going to work. So what we have to also to do another value addition is how you can change the system. So how people can adopt these solutions, whatever you bring into market, the people also should adopt, right? People also should adopt and use it. So when people are not ready to use it, this is again another problem as well. So whatever we assess it, it should be acceptable to the user. The next challenge is how you can coaching the stakeholders, because most of the play is right, most of the instances what happens is stakeholders are not ready to adopt first of all. So when you bring business decisions, or you can recommend something to your big bosses, is like if you say that this is the biggest challenge used to happen for me as well. So when I bring to my management, I wanted tell like these kind of data, if you assess these kind of things. So it's a biggest challenge is how we convince them. So how we make first understand them what business decisions can be right or wrong. So how it can leverage the business and how it can bring the value out of it. That is a one factor as well. People need to analyze it. Then again is like the interventions is always required. Is like many people thinks is like the interventions are not required. So they simply when they get a problem and they straight away start doing their own. But normally when it comes to the business problem in a data perspective, right, what we have to do is a two-way communication. So we have to do a lot of two-way communication with the business people, whether we are doing a right or wrong and so on. So what we have to do is like frequent updates and frequently sharing, and what need to be done in a further. So that's where is like a refining the process, and sometimes redefining the problem and refining things and so on. So looking at it at bottom again, it shows, right, data science alone was not enough. Decision intelligence helped to come up with a comprehensive approach to deliver the desired business outcome. So always we have to discuss with the business and need to understand what is the intelligence need to be put it into factors as on top of the data. So then it can leverage the businesses. The next thing is like where all we can apply a data science to business. So here is like empowering the management and identifying the trends. So also increasing the commitment to staff to use mainly to defining issues. So not like people just come up with some kind of a problem. They also should identify the key task and so on. So also next is what are the opportunities. So next is what are the risk factors involved in any business. So everywhere when you talk about, right, so we have to assess an risk. So where are the low risk, medium risk and high risk and so on. So where we can validate the decisions, validating the decisions in the sense whatever we come up analysis from the data, and also we should take it to the business to validate. So before going to the customer or before putting into the place, so we should also validate first, so whether it's going to work or not. So that is where we need to discuss more frequently to the business users and validate. Then also selecting the right audience, so whom it suits. So it may not be generalized approach as well, right? So and also bringing a right talent as well. Is like sometimes is like bringing a different talent and it may not work out. So bringing a right talent to business is also very important. So and why data science matters and how it helps a business. So mainly is like what happens here is like the biggest thing is a better decision. So if you don't take a right decision, right, it's not only business, every human life as well. So when you don't take it a right decision and right time, simple example is a Nokia. How many knows Nokia has highest patents even today? When you talk about technology wise in a phone technology, Nokia has 7,500 patents, highest patents. But today why it is obsolete? Because they did not take a right decision and right time. Means what happened is the CEO, once their employees suggested them to use a touch screen, he said like, I'm ruling the world, so I don't require to change my technology so often. So now even the top technology background company like Microsoft wanted to bring it live, it's not happening because the decision makes very important and a right time. That is a one simple example. So also like every staff, how they can adopt the best practices. So people so if you're looking at it, our human generation as well, right, people says that every 30 years the generation changes, so the system changes. We clearly see, and even our technology shows fastly changing dynamically, right? So how we can adapt over the period, so that is very important as well, like how best practice we can bring it. So identifying the opportunities, so every time we have to identify the new opportunities as well. So and again, decision making, many people thinks is quality. Sometimes even a quantifiable is also, quantity also matters. So and almost people not thinks about decision making um, is comes with the data driven evidences, because that is what compared to the general approach and our data approach is we give evidences. So what is like we call it as data science is explainable artificial intelligence, which means what I'm saying is like when a human comes up with something, experienced person says something, so what data science gives is, it is similar kind of human approach, but it gives his evidences. It explains why and when what. So it gives explanations. So because we have evidences, it's like what is going to happen. It like we give a probabilistic approach what is going to happen. It so that kind of decisions is data driven is always important. And testing the decisions, which means is like we have to test right way and right time. And also redefining refining the target customers and so on. So and looking at it, communication is very important, and harnessing a business initiation, measuring results, work in agile manner is also a very important aspects. Like when you are not doing in any of aspects of your problem or a project in a specific manner, it is also going to kill a lot of time. So the results and so on, this most of the people follows. So all we have seen, like what are the challenges. Let's see the business use cases. If you're looking at this picture, right, people only see is a McDonald's picture, right? So if you're looking only burger or French fries and drink, but what as a business decision, if you're looking at when I add my technology in it, so what business is going to drive here? So what we do from here is, so we don't have any information, we have only picture, that's it. So then we have a receipt, so the time of receipt. So what we are doing is, if you go McDonald's, some of the, I don't know Malaysia, recently I didn't visit Malaysia, but some of the countries like Western countries, when you go to the McDonald's, so immediately it captures you. So there are two factors it's capturing is, they are also getting your face, and also your ID, means like they also ask your phone number and so on. So from that, some of the facial expressions itself, it extract the age of it. So what we are trying to do is, let's say I ordered this food, okay, this picture of food. So tomorrow if I go, let's say today noon time I ordered this food, so tomorrow or after a month if I go, the restaurant gives me some recommendations, means like if you order this, it will be better for you. Before you entering itself, it captured, means like what is happening is, this is a customer satisfaction point of view. But how it gives a business value here, let's see here, let's say the person order in a noon time with this combination. So, and also what age group are coming this time. So so people also prepares a food on time, so during this time this kind of orders are going to come. So what is happening is, the losses are minimized once, and also you are not making customers waiting, so that more customers comes. So here what happens is, when you add a technology, what they are trying to bring is value out of it. So one is a losses minimization, next is attracting the more customers. So that way, right, so you can increase the business value out of it. So this is one of the use case which I worked it. So another is a COVID dashboard, we built it. So for this is also another use case we have developed for recently. And also this is one of developed in our offices itself, is like people, whether people wear mask or not, and people don't want it to sometimes is like, what happens is they don't sense the temperature and so on. So when people are walking, even we don't want even touch people, right? So our entrances, what we made it is we used this system, so this can sense it, so whether person is wearing a mask or not, and automatically also it checks the temperature. It also gives the attendance what time you get in, and automatically it opens the door and so on. Even no need your ID card touching and so on. So next is AI for health. So this is also one of hospitals we are using it. So people previously radiologist usually analyze it, right? So imagine the radiologist was upset or something, he's having personal problems, and he's looking at different aspects. The problem is the results may go wrong, right? So most of the results assessment is subjective this here. So this is what we are going to replace with business approaches, which is like AI technology. So we don't require any more radiologist in it. So this is completely, when scanning is done, automatically the report will be generated, what is your report shows. Next is, this is one of the paper I wrote in during COVID. It published in a medical journal as well. So it's like related to medical. So I think if you do a research of it, the second COVID times, the second wave, the fastest reduced country is Indonesia because of we have given recommendations to how to take a pre-measures and all. So what is RT is a real-time assessment of how the spreading rate is spreading. So how you can control the COVID spreading rate. So what's next? So we have seen the problems, we have seen some challenges and so on. So, and also we have seen some of the business use cases. What's next? Where the future is tending and moving towards. If you're looking at it, this is the one problem is going to place because a lot of new technology is coming. A lot of problems are going to come, and at the same time, new strategic also playing a role, and it is bringing a changes as well. Let's see this video. So the strategic planning actually tries to advance decision making, and also how it drives to business, and how it helps the systems and so on. And using a traditional method and replacing with the modern methods, and
Thinking
how
and planning is
you
crucial
can,
to growing a business, especially in trying times. With the advent of data-driven decision-making, the area is rapidly evolving, and for the past few years, businesses have increasingly turned towards data analytics to assist in decision-making. Entrepreneurs and enterprise leaders should take advantage of the shift from traditional methods to more modern ones by providing the analysts with the proper tools to uncover insights and design an up-to-date process that drive the business forward. Here are the essential do's and don'ts of data analytics to help guide your organization in transforming data into measurable results. Don't accumulate data only for the sake of collecting it. It's important not to waste resources collecting a huge amount of data if there's no clear plan or strategy in place. It's vital to know why you're collecting data and how useful is it going to be for your business. This is because any data that you obtain becomes meaningless without a proper action plan. Do create a comprehensive plan for your business, taking into account your marketing objectives, and synchronize the plans with your team, the tools, and strategy for data analysis. It's important that you first identify your goals, and having that as the foundation, you can determine the data you need to collect and analyze. Cultivate a culture in your organization that is data-driven, and make sure that all data is properly analyzed, understood, and implemented in the decision-making process. Good data strategy is the key to creating impactful change in your organization. Don't introduce data without context. The biggest pitfall to avoid is the assumption that your audience has the background knowledge to understand the reports you present to them. It's imperative that you relate your report to what's relevant to all the stakeholders, such as long-term goals, KPIs, market contingencies, hypotheses, etc. Otherwise, the data will become meaningless. Do tell a story with your data. The easiest way to make your data relevant is by telling a story. Present the information obtained in an incisive manner and a clear and captivating format that provides all necessary additional information and offers conclusions and insights with context. In other words, instead of showing facts and figures, turn them into a meaningful story. Don't lose focus. With all sorts of data available today, it's not surprising that you can easily lose sight of the big picture. The more accessible metrics you have in hand, the easier it is to get lost in the data. What's needed is to take some time and regularly consult the stakeholders and decision makers to filter out what's needed and what's not. In general, because in today's time everything is as easily available and accessible, we can't really make out what it truly means. What we should be doing is to identify and focus on the specific data that you should be analyzing, and that's where you get the most out of it. Do prioritize your goals. The most efficient way to stay on target is to always focus on data which can lead you to the most relevant and actionable insights. Stick with the best practices, avoid the don'ts, and data analytics will provide you with complete transparency over your business and actionable data. With an effective data strategy, your company will be able to quickly identify weaknesses and incompetencies, making more efficient and realistic plans, and also minimize the effort required to evaluate complex interrelationships. Strategic planning, driven by data, will help you completely transform your business. The next step for your business is to be updated with the current innovations that can elevate your business above your competitors. The team that's responsible for this task is your business analytics team. Equip them with data and proper tools so they may extract intelligence about the past, present, and...
So if you're looking at, so this is another strategic changes as happens is like what is going to happen tomorrow's world. This is a video of tomorrow's job opportunities and so on. So last video actually brings a couple of points as is like the two factors is like culture, how every business organization need to apply and place into system. So second one is a strategic thinking. So if you don't bring a culture, or if you don't do a strategic thinking, is also going to be measurable as well. So that's a message from that video. So this video, how AI is replacing a jobs. Are you ready? So it is not only in a technology side, it is also in a business side. But at the same time, it also gives a flexibility, and it's also gives opportunity to create new job opportunities as well. Let us look at into this video as well.
Secure. Take driving a vehicle, which is one of the top jobs in most states in America. With driverless cars already on public roads, millions of truck drivers, bus drivers, and taxi drivers may soon find themselves obsolete. In hospitals, hundreds of thousands of jobs are on the line as computers learn to analyze CAT scans and biopsies, deliver low-level anesthesia, and even do surgical procedures. And in restaurants, hundreds of thousands of cooks may be replaced in the coming decades by machines that can follow recipes perfectly without ever taking a sick day or a smoke break. An Oxford University study predicts that within 20 years, 47% of all jobs are at risk of being replaced by technology. That's over 70 million people. And at the same time, globalization is also affecting high-skilled jobs in ways that it never has before. Law firms, for example, are beginning to outsource work to lawyers in developing nations who are trained in American law. These lawyers can do legal research and even review contracts for a fraction of the cost of an American lawyer. Now, just as technology and globalization destroy jobs, it's important to point out that they also create jobs by generating new industries and new markets for American products.
So if you're looking at problems also, right, a lot of these challenges are also going to be benefit from the technology. It's like if you're looking at this 4D task, is like dirt dump and all this right? So mostly forget about dangerous and dull. Dirt and dumb people are not ready to do it. So this is where actually we are bringing a technology to replace, so that it will be more helpful to the society. And also is like these are the challenges we have talked about it. And where to move on is like I think university side as well, like they have to change it a curriculum towards newer technologies and business side. And also if anyone wants to start with where to start, so you can start with beginners. So there are a lot of things are available in internet. If you're looking at the datascience.com, so here you can find all these starting materials, and also learn free YouTube. So everything is in YouTube today. So also is like there are some of the courses as well, edX. So also another is a Coursera. Next is like a Udemy. It is very cheaper. Is like mostly is like a very few may notice like a Udemy is the one is a region-based language oriented. So even you can choose your own language as well. If any people wanted their own languages as well, that's also provides in Udemy. And some of the repositories, see here if you want to use some of the data sources and so on. So also some of the projects, what level projects people wants to work, so you can also look into this link as well. So also some of the latest news and tutorials and blogs. So I also write sometimes blogs in towards data science and medium.com as well, so our assess as well. So the conclusion today is like what is we have discussed so far is like how we understand the context and nature of the problem that business required to solve, and how we explore and quantifying the quality of the data, and what technology we can use, because you should know what technology to use and what problem and so on. So that should be assessed. And so mostly we should understand the data in a business terms than talking about only technology. And the final summary is here: data scientists can add a great value only when a business can use their data well. So if they don't use the data, I don't think people can bring a business value out of it. So wrap up summary: what is data science, challenges, business use cases, and so on. So before ending my presentation, so I usually talk about this. So if you're looking at it, right, everyone talks about technology and talks about business, talks about money and so on. But what we are missing is, as a human, we are missing what human is, right? So we are not even talking about nowadays people even do a messaging rather than a calling. So the humanity is slowly is going down and going down. So the research shows by 2069 to 2079 people not going to even talk. Okay, people going to express the messages or communication through brains. So that kind of environment, we need to change it. If we start today, I think we don't end up into that kind of tragedy situation. So what my message here is if you're looking at the right side, a person asked a wise man, tell me, sir, in which field I could make a great career. So there is no field you can make a great career. So what is difference is being a good human being. There is a biggest difference being is human being and being a human being, and being a human and a human being. So just like one more quotation is which I follow. So eating for living and live for eat. So okay. So always there is a lot of opportunity in area, so being a good human being. And again, you should know every human is different, but as a humanity perspective, so we also do actually this is a field, actually technology is not entered, we are working. And in my personal interest, I'm working on how technology and AI can bring into human science and bring humanity back. Okay, so which means is what we need to understand is there are three kinds of people: who let it happens, those who made it happens, and some people is those who wonder what happened. So you should know what kind of category you are. And please make sure last one I preferred quotation is what happened. Okay, so which gives us a lot of humanity back. And try to be a good human being so that we can make better society tomorrow and can bring a better world and better change in our entire universe. That's all. Any questions? Thank you so much. And you can reach me any form of it. So you can Google my name and you can get my details as well. So you can find me in Facebook, LinkedIn, everywhere. It's I have my website as well. Okay, thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, if no, thanks. Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sankaria. Right, our next keynote address will be delivered by Ms. Lynette Christie. A little brief about Ms. Lynette. With 30 years of working experience with high respectable local and international organization, Ms. Lynette has honed her skills to complement her current role in training and development, in which she has been active for 14 years now. She was part of HP and the HPE since 2003. With HP and HPE, she grew rapidly by learning and developing not only in local assignments, but also excelling in project overseas. She has honored of being selected as a HP ambassador in 2014 and attended the prestigious HP Discover 2014 event in Las Vegas. She is currently with Marsh & McLennan Asia as the center trainer, overseeing the training and development needs of over 200 staff from various teams, countries, and backgrounds. Ms. Lynette always makes it a point to be engaging and dynamic in her training, focusing on self-development and providing an avenue for inculcating self-belief and more than what one's title in the workplace. As a certified neuro-linguistic program coach, Ms. Lynette has the ability to utilize key concepts of NLP combined with being certified in other NLP programs like hypnosis practitioner, language and behavioral profile, and Timeline therapy practitioner, and attended training and courses by top coaches and speakers in the world like Ron Kaufman, Tony Robbins, and Stephen Covey. We welcome Ms. Lynette Christie on stage.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Wow, it felt like I was walking the Green Mile. Okay, so all you wonderful people, thank you for staying around to listen to me. Now, Doctor, I am in the last category. I wonder what has happened because the topic that you spoke was so amazing. But I am really telling myself, Lynette, you got to get upskilled in the analytical world. Today, my topic is about sustainability and what the industry requires. Now, I want to tell you a secret. If you ask me to use IQ to explain what I've just spoken about, what to speak about, I will struggle. Because I think you have, like what he said just now, you have the series, you have the help from your phone. Because I recently heard my husband early in the morning say, "Hi Siri, what are we doing today?" And after 15 years of marriage, I think you want to wonder, who is he talking to early in the morning? And then I realized it's actually his phone. And the phone is used for everything. On what to wear, where do I go, who do I see? And so when I look at topics like this, I am sure you guys are way better than me. And even if I can't give you a definite definition, you can use your phone, right? You see our gentleman there with the laptop. I'm sure he got all his answers like, what is sustainability? Show me. So today I want to tell you something that maybe I can share, something from my life, stories, things that I can use or I have used to sustain where I am today. I would like to ask you to stand up. I think all of us have been sitting for so long, right? Unless you're doing some technology side. Can we just stand just for a minute? I promise you. Okay, so let's do some stretching. Okay, put your hands up. No. Yeah, actually, I want you to stretch also. It's very hard, chairman of the whole organization. If you are given the spot just before lunch, it's very hard. Everyone's like growling, like faster. Lynette, come on, just say 3 slides, you're done. But I want you to do something a little bit more. I'm sure if I ask you to stand like this, even if I ask you to move about, you see the beautiful ladies, I think they're used to yoga and, all the stretching that we do, especially when we are an MCO. You feel good, right? Look at that young man there. I'm sure he's like, even though he's dressed with a tie, he just came back from the gym. I can see those muscles. But I'm sure if I ask you to sustain your body a little further, maybe by making yourself a little uncomfortable, put up your leg, maybe one leg up. You must be wondering what's wrong with this speaker. Did they check her credentials? Did they tell us something, else on the board just now, our lovely MC? But you can still sustain, right? You can still stand. How many of you are falling off? Yeah, maybe you are, but you see our friend here, he has a stance. That's going to help him. But what about, if I ask you to lift both legs and try to stand? How many of you feel that you might fall? I'm not talking about falling in love, huh? That's a different thing. But I'm talking about how many of you feel that you will sustain, your body can still sustain. Maybe, my daughter watches Superman, Iron Man, maybe they can. Or even some of our local movie stars, right? They can stop a bullet, they can do wonders. But can you sustain yourself without your legs? It's a little bit hard. Unless you have something to sit on, you can take a seat. In today's world, it's so hard to sustain, right? If you Google, like what I said just now, oh, I'm supposed to move the slides, I forgot. Oh, that's me. I'll talk to you later about me, okay? If you talk about sustainability, it's the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level. Maintain something. Maintain means keep status quo, keep it there. Or a little bit more IQ-centric, it's the avoidance of depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. That's Greek to me. It's a lot of words. But what I understand from sustain is like when my daughter plays the organ, she wants to sing a song. And when she gets into the mood of that song, and when she wants to sing it with all her heart, she holds two notes and she starts sustaining that musical note. And what happened? The song then becomes a tune. And the tune changes the environment. And the environment builds in that kind of joy with her. And so when she sings, she actually sings with all her heart. And sometimes there's a soul matter involved too. Now that could be sustenance. What I asked you to do just now in standing up could be also another sustenance. But what it is? What is it? Borrowing again our doctors, it's nice to be the second speaker, then you can borrow some words. He said, for those who think what has happened, or those who knows what's happening, or those who actually want to know about it a little bit more. Sustaining something is when you really go through a lot and yet you're able to stand like what we are all doing here, including myself. I was just sharing with Kaya a year ago. During July, when I first had my vaccine, I went through a tough time of COVID. I've never been so sick in my life. And second to the accident that I had many years ago, and that's why I am, wow, nice lights. And that's why I actually wear a sandal, if you can see, and I struggle a little bit on the stairs. It's because of that accident. I still have difficulty in sustaining myself sometimes. But when we talk about last year, I think back of those times. It was very, very hard to go through what I went through simply because it was an illness. It was something that happened. It was something that everyone or someone in the world had. But how did I sustain, using that word? How did I sustain? One thing I know, somewhere in those 19 days of pain, I woke up one day feeling like I was not even sure what day it was. I was not even sure of what am I doing here, who am I, whether it's night or day, where I am. I was totally incoherent. But one thing I realized, the ability within myself pushed me to sustain who I was. Ladies and gentlemen, today you are here because somewhere along the line, there's something that you have actually worked on. So Google can tell you sustainability could mean, eating organic vegetables, to sustain the world, to support women and children, to ensure that, there's equality. Yes, there's a lot of answers there. But I'm sure beyond what you can Google and beyond what you can do, sustainability has a lot of meanings. I asked my daughter a few weeks ago, when Kaya first approached me on this topic, I asked her, what am I going to talk about? Do I talk about what IQ says, or do I use my right brain that I'm always using and talk about the EQ-centric of sustainability? And she tells me, being 10-year-old, and 10-year-olds, I'm sure you all have kids, right? They have the world at their hands. Yeah, definitely not you, okay? You look like a 10-year-old. I can see her shaking her head, yeah. But I'm sure you've seen cousins and nieces and friends. At 10-year-old, the sky is not even the limit that they have. So she comes to me and she says, Amma, let me show you a blank sheet and you tell me what you see. And then I tell her, oh, okay, being all 50 and all that, I said, oh, I see a blank sheet. And she says, no, I see possibility. And then she asks her father, what do you see? And the father says, I see clarity. And then I said, if I ask the next 10%, they're going to tell me more and more. So I'm bringing back that sheet to you. What do you see? What do you see as sustainability? What do you understand about sustainability? Or maybe should I just ask you for a change so that not only I have butterflies in my stomach, you too. Maybe I'll ask this lovely young man, what is sustainability to you? If you smile, then you are the lovely one. Yes. What do you think sustainability is to you? I'm sure your voice is loud enough. What is it? He's smiling at me. For him, sustainability is joy. Because he keeps smiling from the time I asked him. Sustainability could be the fact that you woke up this morning and you're alive. Sustainability to a friend behind him is, let me take as many notes here, Lynette. Come on, Lynette, give me something so that I can write my research paper. I've been there, brother, I know. It's not easy. Sustainability to my friend on the phone there is like, okay, which Grab food should I actually order to sustain my well-being? It can be many, many things. Now, let me go back a little bit and share about, sorry, I'm moving it in the wrong way. Okay. Oh, this towards the end. Sorry. It says thank you. Oh my God, what did I do? Sorry, guys. Can I have some help? I told you I'm not IT-centric. So while we get the slides here, a lot of people ask us this question. Is it okay? Would you remain who you are? Or would you be where you are? Now, let me tell you a story. Maybe I'll use the mic. Let me tell you a story. There was once this very, very naughty boy that lived in a village. And this naughty boy couldn't be tamed by anyone, not even his parents. So his parents decide to go to a wise man and ask this wise man for some help. And this wise man, thinks hard and he says, okay, I'm going to ask a question to this boy. So please ask him to come and be prepared. And so this little boy, so excited that he's going to outthrow this wise man, goes in front of this wise man and is ready for any question. And then this wise man says, I want you to tell me something that you are excited to share to the whole wide world. In 3 days, come back. And if you can prove me wrong by asking me one question at the end, then you can be as naughty as ever and no one is going to question you. So this boy was so excited and he goes out and he gets his friends and they discuss and they come up with this idea. So he takes a bird and puts it in his hands and he says, when the wise man is ready for that question, I'm going to ask him, what is the state of the bird in my hand? And if the wise man said that the state of the bird is dead, the bird is dead in your hand, then I'm going to open my hands and let the bird fly. But if he says that the state of the bird in my hand is alive, then I'm going to crush it and I'm going to show him a dead bird. With that, he was so excited and he went to see the wise man. And when he was ready, he looked at the wise man and he said, this is going to be a very, very important question. What do you think is the state of the bird in my hands? And then the wise man thinks like a moment. And then he says, if I tell you that your bird is dead in your hands, you're going to just open up your hands and let it fly. But if I tell you that the state of the bird is alive, you're going to crush it, or you're going to do something what every child or naughty boy would do. both answers could be right. But the state of the bird is all in your hands. Friends, today when we look at sustainability, it's how you want to sustain. Whether you want to look at it in meeting what life has to offer ahead in order for us to grow, or you want to see how the world is going to sustain you as we grow. Every day is a new day. Every day is something that we do not know. We may not understand because it means differently to different people. I'm turning 50 this year in December, and I always ask myself this question: how can I sustain in the industry that I'm in? I'm teaching. I'm professionally teaching in the company, in a corporate company. And so I ask myself, will I be there teaching face to face? Because I see a lot of training providers today do it online. And the sizes of the training has become lesser and lesser, conducive to a lot of people today. If I were to tell you, please come for a training for 1 hour and you're going to hear me talk about emotional intelligence, I think we will have the number like what we have here. But if I tell you that, you can listen, put on your podcast and listen to like maybe 10 or 15 minutes, I'm sure there will be more takers because you can do it on the go. So how are we going to sustain the fact that we have to work through what we want to do or what we want to achieve or how we want to live? And how are we going to use what we have? That's a big question there. So it says here, it's not just environmental. It's not about the environment alone. I think, for me, it's my opinion, I think it comes from more than what we have. It comes from both the EQ and the IQ of a person. And the definition that we find could be based on how we live in a social environment, how we live in an environment, industrial environment, how do we live with people, how do we relate to one another? Oh, how is this going to help our economic development? But today, sustainability is more than that. I think it's more than what meets the eye. So is it important? Yeah, it is. If not, they won't even put it as a topic. It's very, very important. Because a lot of things are depleting as we move forward in the earth today. There are a lot of things that we don't get. And yet we see a lot of things being so, invented in a beautiful place. I always thought, how many of you like durians here? Any durian lovers here? No? You guys don't like durians? Oh my God, you have no idea what the king of fruit tastes like. For those of us who love durians, yeah. If you ask us to eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I'm sure we would. But do you know that recently I heard that durians are available in most of the countries? Yeah, it is frozen, as most of foods these days. Today, we are used to ages where we grew up on tea time, where our parents or grandparents used to fry curry puffs for tea time. But today, even that is frozen. But that's how we are sustaining our lives. We are moving forward with the times. We are looking at it to make sure that whatever we do, our life will always be secured. We will have what we need. We will be able to make decisions as we move forward in life. And we will be able to live a good life, living not only for ourselves, but for one another. So I can show you a lot of information that I have here in the slides, telling you it is important. What is it important for? But can it be really achieved? A lot of people say yes. But I think the taste of the pudding is in the eating. It is not in the fact that you have these 9 ways of how to promote sustainability, or like what people are talking out there. It's not these are the do and the don'ts of sustainability. I think my role here is to tell you that we can, if we do our part. What are you doing What is your part? What part are you playing today? Are you here because you want to hear a lot of words, or you want to know something great? Wow, I didn't know McDonald's actually watches me and knows what I like or what I order. I never knew that. But when I look at it, it is reality, right? Because today, every Tom, Dick, and Harry is calling us on our phone. And the moment they call us on our phone, what do they say? Hi, Lynette. This is where you stay, or this is what you do. It's scary. How many of you feel it's scary? That's why we have Truecaller app. My husband has downloaded, because I seem to be getting a lot of calls. I always thought that my father named me with a very long name. I have a very long name. I think you saw, right? I think that's why our MC says, you know what, I better just call her Miss Lynette. If I try, no, I'm just kidding. You did an awesome job. But if even I have struggles in pronouncing my second name, I have no idea why I've been given that name. But I found out from a friend or colleague when I went to Bangalore. He explained to me that Jnana Darshini means something nice. And I was like, wow, what did my father see in me to name me that way? But ladies and gentlemen, when we see these things being done so openly, like calls that we receive, I had a call a few weeks ago from, if I'm not mistaken, is LHDN. LHDN is our tax, yeah. And they said, hi, Lynette, you have a big account that you have not settled with us. And you also have 3 companies in Kuantan, in Perak, and Perlis. I said, wow, if I actually had those companies, I'll be very, very happy. But I don't. I don't recall. But the way they talk to you further, it's like they have your whole history written. And it's so scary because they seem to know everything that even, gets you to doubt yourself. And that's why we have something like Truecaller today to tell us who is calling us. So can you imagine, people know so much about you. Tomorrow, I was just afraid, again, in reference to what you said, that we may not be, we will come to a situation where we may not even converse with each other. How are we going to sustain family relationship? Yeah, today look at, meals in the restaurant. Everybody's on their phone. Nobody has a open conversation. We used to have, we as in my day, my father used to insist, or my parents used to insist that we talked during our meals. Yes? Even if that matter didn't concern you, or even you were afraid about talking something, you talked something because everybody had a conversation piece. But today we don't. The moment you are at home, you are just on your phone 24/7. Sometimes I wonder, really, is it that interesting? But everyone is on their phone. I traveled by train this morning, and I just looked around. Everyone, whatever age group, they were on their phone, either watching something, listening something, reading something. And then I told myself, maybe I don't want to look a bit like ancient generation baby boomer. So I better pretend that I'm looking at something on the phone. But I did that for 2 minutes, and then I said, no, never mind. Let me go back to my good old book. At least I will learn something. Are we going to sustain relationships like that? Is that what we are looking at? I thought when I Googled sustainability, it says something about reducing carbon. Are we going to do that by making these changes? So you can see here the EU Commission proposed 6 significant changes that have to be addressed by 2018. Yep, they have done what they have to. And that is why we are living in 2022 with those changes. And it is supposed to improve sustainability by 2050. Now, if I calculate 2050 is about 25 years' time, I'll be 75 years old. I don't know what I will do. But if I sustain to live that long, then I must have done something right. Albert Einstein says this very well. He says that if you keep doing something over and over again and expect different results, you're insane. But we've got to change something so that we can sustain at the end of the day. We got to move something so that we can ensure that things do change. So let's talk about digital revolution. How many of you think that there is a revolution in the digital world today? We heard so much of information. Even if you recorded our Dr. Shankar here, you would have passed your paper with flying colors because he gave so much of rich information about digital revolution. But what are we doing? What is our role in this? Are we creating more apps? I wish we do. You know, now there seems to be an app for everything these days. But sometimes, I think very soon some of the youngsters might even create an app to, like, when you open the fridge, the butter will join together with the egg, join together with the flour, whoop, comes up this cake. And, then you just have to open your mouth and whoop, it goes inside. And then, how nice. Moms, then we can retire. Because every day, one of our worries while working from home is what our kids are going to eat. We're always worrying about what they're eating, what they're not. Even if we let them eat what they eat, finish. I know of a friend whose son actually put Maggi mee, instant noodles, put a lot of milk inside and made it into like a kind of instant noodle shake. You can talk to me later, I'll give you the recipe. I don't want to even think how it feels like or tastes like. But that's how it is, right? They are doing that to sustain themselves. But what are we doing? What is our innovation? What is our life? Maybe that's where you come in, your role today, as what you're studying here. Something that you can do to make this world a better place. We always sing, right? Heal the world, make it a better place. But what are we doing? For me and for you and what? The entire universe. Whatever we do today will have that consequence. Let's move on a little bit. What about smart cities? I know about smart offices. And I was thinking, what is smart city? What is it? Does it help you do your emails, all your 100 emails? Or, no, sorry, about smart office. Does it help you with the email? All you have to do is just whoop, move your hand and all your emails get answered. Your hand, power of your hand, can do wonders. How many of you believe in the power of your hand? There is. Who feels there's power in your hand? I'm not talking about Iron Man. Huh? I'm talking about you. Who feels? Yeah, there is. Why? Why do you say so? Because we can what? Yeah, in Malaysia, we can use our hands to do a lot. Correct. We can stop traffic. We can just see the fast bus that comes and we just power of our hand, the bus will stop. If it doesn't stop, you still get a fantastic bonus because you see the Lord, right? The bus don't stop, you're up, zoop, you're up to heaven. Both ways, we actually win. That's the power of our hand. But is our hands being used in a way, in these offices that we have, all these smart offices? But there is something like smart city. When I looked at it, I was thinking, what does this smart city show? Maybe I'll ask the doctor. Doctor, can you please tell us, what it is? And I'm sure he's able to answer because there's always a data scientist there, right? They can figure this out. But there's high connectivity. There are smart homes because, all you have to do is just use your fingerprint or your hand or even your face, like the McDonald's, and you can actually, get a lot of things done within your city that you are in. But think back, is Kuala Lumpur like that? I think we are getting there. A lot of things are smart these days. That could be something that we can use to sustain our lives. Let's move forward. I know there are a lot of big words here. You can figure it out. You can read the slides. Food, water. There was a talk that I heard while preparing for sustainability that they said that, they wanted to eat chocolates. How many of you like chocolates? I know a lot of you like chocolates. I'm sorry, but it's not served for lunch. You can buy your own, but I love chocolates. Okay, I know I should lose weight. I know every time I stand on the scale, I tell myself, Lynette, you know what? No more chocolates. Yeah, the next minute I'm already grabbing my Cadbury. And they come up with all these wonderful flavors. Now they have all kinds of flavors. We have kids, so we know, right? And every time I eat the chocolate, I wonder where it came from. Is it local? Or how far it came from? Which country did it come from? I like Lind and Whittaker's. And if you know, Whittaker's comes from New Zealand. I think Lind comes from Australia, I'm not sure. But I just enjoy eating it. And when I eat those chocolates, I always tell myself, where did it come from? Is it made in Malaysia? I'm not saying Malaysian chocolates are not good. They are yummy. But you know, we want all the extra ingredients put in, and sometimes it's available only overseas. But where did it come from? How much of exchange has happened? Does that sustain what we live today? Does that sustain our atmosphere? Does that sustain our earth? Are we doing it right? But we seem to like it. Anything you want, you can get in Shopee. One friend of mine was saying, even Thosai, I think very soon you can get Thosai in Shopee. If you can get instant noodles in Shopee, you can get that. You can get anything and everything in Shopee today. Is that going to help us with our sustainability in the world today? Look at our surroundings. How many of you like, I don't know if you have been to Singapore, as you drive towards the airport, you will see that there's a lot of greeneries. Even here in KLIA, there's a lot of greeneries. My home used to have a lot of greeneries. I moved to a house in, I can't remember, Kota Kemuning. The thing that I liked best, normally ladies, what do we like? Kitchen, big kitchen, space, this, that. I didn't look at all that. The moment the guy opened the house to show us, I saw this lovely tree at the balcony. And I knew, because there were words spread in the office that we might be working from home. And then I realized that when we look at that tree, it was like, whoa, what a beautiful tree to sit at. It gives you that spa kind of feeling because it looks like a coconut tree. But little by little, as days went past, they decided to chop down that tree. And today we're talking about going organic. We're talking about, getting ourselves to eat the right food. Every diet today has a beautiful name. I remember myself, I went on a fruit diet, I went on a vegan diet, I went on a keto diet, I went on a fasting diet, I went on a lot of diets, but I think the last time I stood on the scale, I still have a lot more weight to lose. Perhaps when I look like Kaya one day, I will share with you what diet actually worked for me. But does it come from eating the right food? Does it come from just eating organic? Does it come from just eating, things grown in special nurseries? I don't know. Welcome. It's so nice to have a lot of audience. Yeah. So we talked about our chocolate just now. All the movement from the time the chocolate's prepared to the time that it's flown to us here. Are we helping this? Are we saving energy? I don't know about you, but my house, every other day, I see the lights on, the fan on, the aircon on. And then I check, is it like going to, when you're going to sleep, then the aircon is supposed to be on? No. This is like 9 o'clock in the morning, the aircon is full blast. 2:30 in the morning, the aircon is full blast. I can see my friend here shaking her head. Yeah. My daughter, I think when she gets up in the morning and she ons the light, she ons the aircon also. Or then everything. Are we saving energy here? Those days, they didn't like to use a lot of energy because they have to use the generator. Sustainability. Sustainability in consumption and production. You can read it. Are we recycling enough to sustain? Are we doing what we should do to sustain the availability of the raw products that we have? What about human capacity and demographics that we have today? Sustainable development is a sociological concern. Do you realize that? It's so important. It's more than what meets the eye. We have to take care of our education and of our health care so that we will be able to reach better income and better environmental decisions. I remember during the COVID time, how everyone out there was just hoping for better health care. And yes, they tried. I'm not saying that they were not trying, they tried. But how can they sustain that many people? The pandemic was just getting crazy by the day. So how are we going to sustain that? How are we going to face, if, God forbid, another situation that we have to face? Are we ready? Or are we learning from what we went through? What about human capacity? Do we have enough people working? Like I saw the video just now, the doctors in the doctor video, that, because of the changes that are happening, we can do without the physical person. I remember when I was going to deliver my baby, and this is like, I think 10, oh yeah, she's 10, so 10 years ago. And the doctor said that he has the one that's supposed to give me the anesthetic, not the anesthetic, the epidural. He says that he had some injury and his hand was shaking. So while he's being, given some surgery for his own hand, he said that he would recommend a robotic hand to do that. And I was thinking, really? What if a robot actually made a mistake? This injection is going into your spine. But she came out well, so I think that whole thing was good. I didn't know what happened, actually. Today's world, are we sustaining what we are today because of someone making those changes? Are we open? Are we ready with that technology? So what are the 3 pillars? I talked more than 3. But what are the 3 pillars? They always, if you Google sustainability, you will always see things on environmental, social, economic, making sure that the people and the planet, everyone live happily ever after. And we have to take some initiatives. But I want to stop here before I move forward. And there's a lot that I can share with you. You can take the slides. But I like this. I like this word because I felt that I could have just put one slide. Kaya told me to make sure that I had at least 40 slides. No, I'm just kidding. I am not a slide person, as you can see that I prefer to talk on my own. I'm a Toastmaster, so I'm supposed to talk without the slides. But, this is formality. I hope someday, I can just do this and Google bring the right thing here. Then you get slides and also get information. But Anand Mahindra said this: sustainability has to be a way of life, to be a way of business. So let's talk about life. What's life to you today? How many of you would say life is beautiful? It is. Okay, I'm so sorry. Those there don't think life is beautiful. I like my friend here. She turned around to see whether her friend said beautiful. Okay. She said, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, life is beautiful. Because life is what you make it to be. You can make sure that life is beautiful in its own way. So what is life? How many of you here, okay, including me, yesterday was the same as today? Just, you have a conference today, so yesterday maybe you had a meeting, you just interchanged that, but everything else was same. Did you wake up in the morning and brush your teeth and took your shower? We used to have an old song when we were growing up, Bangun pagi, gosok gigi, cuci muka. That means get up in the morning, brush your teeth. Today there's one small change there. Bangun pagi, check handphone, jawab message. That's how we are. But we still come back to our routine of life. How many of you feel for the past 5 days, your routine has been somewhat similar, even though it's not same? Yeah. I think we do things over and over again, but we expect different results. But sustainability has to be more than that. How are you sustaining yourself? I asked this question many times. What if I didn't survive last year? Exactly July. From July 10th up to July 29th, I was really very sick. I even thought one morning when I woke up, I even decided to send all my details, banking details to my husband, because I knew I would not make it. I couldn't even feel my hands. I had that same feeling many years ago when I met with a very bad accident. And when, I was told that I can't do anything, I can't live life as it should be, I can't have a kid, I can't do many, many things. But today, yeah, I walk a little bit slower. Yeah, I took time to climb up the stairs. But because we have higher powers, we are able to sustain. Is that what you're looking at? Or are you looking at the mirror every morning and asking yourself, how am I going to sustain this? How am I going to sustain myself? How am I going to sustain? Is it all about food? Is it all about health? Is it about, what you do? Is it about your job? What is sustaining you? Or what is it in your life that needs that sustenance? Or what is it in your life that you can put forth today to change sustainability at the end of the day? And if you are able to do that, Anand Mahindra says then it becomes a way of business. It's how you do your industry, how you do your work, how you do everything. It's all in that nutshell. Ask yourself this question. Michael Jackson put it very beautifully, right? He said, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking if he can change his ways. I'm not a Michael Jackson fan, by the way, but some of the songs tells me that there is a lot for us to do. We have to look deep within. Look deep inside. Do you take a moment to think, what's your role today? What is your role? What are you doing on earth today? Why you? Why couldn't it be anyone else? Why you? Why is it you? Why are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you doing what you're doing? Well, I'm getting tongue twisted here. But why? Why are you doing this? Or what's your role? Is it just to, do the routine? What's sustaining you? I believe that you can't give what you don't have. If you don't have sustainability within yourself, how are you going to sustain? How are you going to sustain the next day, the next hour? Remember when we did the exercise, we tried to stand up. What's your two legs? What's your leg? What's the thing that is holding you? What's your framework? What's your platform that is making you who you are? Ask yourself this question. Ask yourself one thing. Is what you're doing today going to make a difference moving forward? Welcome. This is where we start telling you the right thing so you can sit. Many times we feel that we don't understand why we are here today. When my background is psychology, I think by now you'd have figured it out, right? This person is nothing to do with IT But isn't psychology important? Look at the amount of people today who are just dying under depression. The last I read, this beauty queen, wow, if I looked as beautiful as her, if I had those lovely curls, and if I had that tall walk on stage, I should be the happiest person, but she died. What's missing? It's because we tend to look at the next person who came. And there are people who do that. If you don't believe me, Bukit Jalil Station, just sit there for the first 15 minutes. There are some people just sitting there watching everyone else to see what they have that they don't have. And they are somewhat, maybe thinking deep within, what are they doing different that I'm not doing? Or are they looking at how you are surviving in your situations? Or how you are sustaining your life simply by just doing your daily work? Or what happened to you yesterday? But no one knows who you are, what you have been. A lot of times we forget who we are. You forget the tiger that is within you. You forget that you are so powerful. You forget that there is a reason for you to be here. There is. There is a higher calling. You didn't come here just like that. You're not Mr. Bean. Don't flatter yourself. There is a reason for you to be here. And what are you doing to make that happen? To make that reason beautiful. I always tell this to my family members. Please, if I die or when I die, I always tell them, because you never know when death comes. I always say, for my eulogy, please don't sit there crying and worrying and whatever. I want you to enjoy yourself. Have a party, have an excitement, and just do what you want to do and live life to the fullest. And think, if this was you that is lying there, would you be someone who will be happy with what you are living and you have left a legacy in life? I think you can see these past few years we have lost a lot of great people, singers, actors, movie stars, people who we think had it all. What was their sustainability cue? What was their area of sustainability? Were they able to do what they did or they wanted to do? Or were they just living life as it should be? Think back about what you are here for. So how does sustainability relate to you? I told you many things, because what relates to you may not relate to me. Or what is the book answer may be totally different. But I don't even want you to look at what's below, but I like what it says, that it's more of an opportunity than a threat. Look at it as an opportunity. Look at yourself today as someone who can sustain another person. Remember the two legs? Who is sustaining the other person? Look around you where you can add value. Always find yourself to do that. And if each one of us does that to every person one day, we will have 365 people that we sustain throughout the year. And imagine that becoming a domino effect. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all up to you. Again, it's the bird in your hand. This is something that you can read, but I thought that it was interesting because of this line where it says, sustainability education is future orientated, focusing on protecting environments and creating more ecological and socially just world through informed action. I'm currently doing my PhD. I'm in the process actually. I start in October, but recently I finished my COP, which was a certificate of proficiency. And my line of study is actually educational psychology. So I had to interview a few people to understand from a caregiver point. We always talk about the person who's sick, right? So I'm dealing with geriatrics and people who are having dementia, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's. So yeah, we always love the sick and we know that we are there. But what about the caregiver? What is their role in that whole situation? So when I first wanted to go and interview some caregivers, a lot of people came and told me, the caregiver, loves the father or the mother or the friend who's sick. They will take care. I don't think so. When push comes to shove, there's a lot of things that goes on your head. In fact, I feel that if we can sustain the caregiver, we can sustain the person who's receiving the care. We can get this person all ready to sustain themselves throughout the whole situation. We can also get the person who's receiving the care. So I did my paper. And one thing I realized throughout that journey, that is something that is given forward. It's something that is action orientated. You cannot educate on this. So I'm going to end shortly, but I want to tell you one thing, that there is sustainability in business and definitely the future. But what we want to look at today is how you are putting yourself in the many areas that we mentioned just now, but it also yourself. I think you really, really can't give what you don't have. When I came this morning in the LRT station, I saw this wonderful quote and I said, because I've been wondering, what do I speak? Do I give you what is already available in the book, or it's available in Google, or even, at your couch, you can just call out the answer? But I wanted to talk a little bit more because I believe in a very important quote. And it says that you don't put limits to anything. Michael Phelps said that. And that's exactly when you get down from Bukit Jalil. So I said, there you have it, Lynette. Your epiphany starts here. You got to tell those audience out there that they know. I'm sure you know you cannot, there's no limit to any opportunity. I'm sure you know. You're very much learned and you've been through life. But what you need to know today is that wake up. To tell you, guys, get up. That same thing still appears today. It still resonates today. Don't put limits to any opportunity. If you have an opportunity to create sustainability in any area, go out there, be brave, do it. You don't need a sword, you don't need a cape, you don't need dressing. If you feel like excited, you want to put on something, just go to your wardrobe. I'm sure there are clothes that you've never worn before. Just put it up and you can look like a superhero. But today, superheroes don't have to come in that format, can come in the format of you. You can be that person to create that sustainability. And if you can do that, then the industry that you are in will benefit because they will see sustainability through you and you're able to do that. Let me end with this quote. Maya Angelou, one of my favorite poets, says this: people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. Today, you may forget what I said, or even whether, I talked about it in the way that you wanted me to say. People will forget everything that we happened from morning. You might even forget, the speakers that came, or the MC, or the energetic doctor that started the whole session. But you cannot forget, people will not forget how you feel. If today I didn't appeal to your IQ, your brain, there's a famous quote that says, use your head, but take your heart along. Use your heart and take your head along. I want to appeal to your heart today. I want to appeal to that EQ today. If you have in you the power to sustain, you will definitely be able to sustain through it all. With that, thank you. I hope I put back everything properly.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lynette. A gracious thanks to Dr. Sankaria and Ms. Lynette for taking the time and effort in sharing their valuable knowledge and experience with us. Once again, our sincere appreciation to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, now we kickstart the ICIE 2022. Now we would like to welcome lecturers, students, and research scholars who is participating in today's conference to join us at the auditorium to watch the pre-recorded session of the conference paper presentations. For viewers at home, the link for the recorded conference presentation can be found in the description section of the video for both YouTube and Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, thank you so much for joining us and being part of the ICIE 2020. Stay tuned till the end. Wishing all of you a good day ahead. Signing off, Subhashni.
My thesis topic is Human Behavior in Organizations, a conceptual framework and review of the empirical literature.
I call upon
My name
the
is
keynote
Zhang
speakers.
Yapei, and my supervisor is Dr. Lim Li Chen. Because of COVID-19, the trend has affected employees in most industries around the world. People are aware of the role of human behavior. Human behavior promotes the completion of task activities.
I call upon the keynote speakers and all who are present here to come up on the stage for a photography session. Come, students, you're also invited. There. We can play the presentation now.
My thesis topic is Human Behavior in Organizations, a conceptual framework and review of the empirical literature. My name is Zhang Yapei, and my supervisor is Dr. Lim Li Chun. Because of COVID-19, the trend has affected employees in most industries around the world. People are aware of the role of helping behavior. Helping behavior promotes the completion of task activities and processes by shaping the social, organizational, and personal psychological conditions. The sharp increase in employment in small and medium-sized enterprises has provided Malaysians with more job opportunities in different industries and sectors. Spitz-Muller and Mandani conducted a comparative study on different forms of helping behaviors from the perspective of helpers. They pointed to different forms of helping behavior: proactive helping behavior and reactive helping behavior. Where proactive helping behavior has positive outcomes, such as better well-being and higher self-evaluation. The benefits of reactive helping behavior were more at the group and organizational level, can sometimes be harmful to the helper or the recipients themselves. Social exchange theory assumes that there's a mutual psychological contract that binds an organization with members. If the exchange is perceived as unfair, employees would feel dissatisfied and they are more likely to hide their thoughts and even engage in negative behavior. In organizational studies, trust can be persons trusting in others, a system. The behavior of followers to help their colleagues is regarded as a form of reciprocity, as a valuable resource for the exchange of social emotional relations with peers. Scholars believe that stress may actually have a positive impact on organizational efficiency. From the perspective of social exchange theory, it was likely that there were situations or conditions that lead to employees' harassment, such as job stress, which cause a strong sense of unfairness. Helping behavior may alleviate the negative effects of stress on mental health through several psychological pathways. The main method we use is basically to survey reviews related to employee helping behavior, and it covers a variety of searches in areas such as organizational behavior and organizational psychology. Includes a multidisciplinary search of published literature in Malaysia and around the world. The search resulted in more than 100 publications, with most of the research coming from European and Asian countries. The objective of the study is to establish a theoretical model of the determinants of employee helping behavior in Malaysian small and medium-sized enterprises. From our extensive review, we found that organization-related factors are likely to predict helping behavior among small and medium-sized enterprises employees. So we identify trust, workplace fairness, and job stress as organization-related factors that may influence employee helping behavior. This study provides empirical evidence on organization-related factors that influence employee helping behavior. A structural model is established to predict the tendency of helping behavior in small and medium-sized enterprises. A series of hypotheses are established to test this relationship. Therefore, this study provides a predictive framework and a hypothesis that can further explain small and medium-sized enterprises employees' participation in helping behavior.
On today's topic for the APU International Conference, I will be presenting on factors influencing customer experience using FinTech, a study focused on the airline industries in Malaysia. This paper has been supervised by Ms. Gayatri Supia. A brief introduction on me. My name is Pareen Koi P. Harjinder Singh, TP 050223. I am currently pursuing my BA honors in banking and finance with specialism in fintech. The introduction of the study is about fintech, the new neighbor in the area. Fintech, also known as financial technology, and it refers to the use of the new technologies to improve the financial system services and products. With the growth of the big data, artificial intelligence in finance, investment possibilities, portfolio optimization, and mitigating risk are becoming more complex each day. Fintech's goal is to make an easier and cheaper option for the investors to get personalized, enhanced work that meets their specific needs. Nowadays, fintech firms are actively involved in the delivery of banking services such as money transfer or payment processing, which require less expertise and are readily standardizable. It is important to remember that fintech companies can provide money transfers to consumers at a lower cost than commercial banks. The increasing use of technology and evaluation in the financial sector have affected not only the world of brokerages, but also the referral network operators and financial service consumers. The aviation business is no different. The shift in customer behavior towards technology-based options have heightened interest in airline online services. On one hand, the increased use of internet and mobile platforms for booking flights puts pressure on airlines to spend more in digital solutions and information security. On the other hand, rising fuel prices and increased competition place pressure on the airline profits. The problem statement of my study is: 1. The airline is still lacking to start their payment systems using fintech. 2. Tight and inflexible payment processor. And 3. The traditional payments and their disadvantages are not doing any good to the travelers. My research object is to examine the level of customer loyalty in using fintech in the airline service, to examine the level of enhanced security in using fintech in the airline industry, to examine the level of faster processing of data in using fintech in the airline industry, as well as examining the level of customer satisfaction in using fintech in the airline industry. My research questions. The first research question: is there a relationship between customer loyalty with the usage of fintech for the Malaysian airline industry? Moving on with: is there a relationship between enhanced security with the usage of fintech for the Malaysian airline industry? Third, is there a relationship between faster processing of data with the usage of fintech for the Malaysian airline industry? As well as fourth, is there a relationship between customer satisfaction with the usage of fintech for the Malaysian airline industry? What is the scope of the study? My scope of the study is about how the chosen benefits such as enhanced security, faster processing, customer loyalty, and customer satisfaction can be implemented in our targeted industry, which is the Malaysia's airline industry. The limitation of the study is to willingly accept the changes in the payment system, retraining staff, and the lack of implementation of research. The literature review. The literature review that I have came up with is Fintech and Improving Customer Experience, followed by Customer Loyalty, Customer Satisfaction, Enhanced Security, as well as Faster Processing. For Fintech and Improving Customer Experience, in the era of contemporary growth of technologies, especially those that support Fintech growth, the wonderful idea of customer experience is taking on new meanings, because why not? Customers are like gods, and they say in some cultures, and to satisfy the customer needs, we must ensure that they are well taken care of and they are happy. For customer loyalty is among the most desired results of any corporation engagement. Businesses seek to discover out the greatest elements that would draw consumers back into the quest of customer loyalty. Customer satisfaction, to create an environment for the customer to feel comfortable in proceeding with their payment and help create a fintech-based payment option which makes the process go with ease and efficiency. Enhanced security, to create a secure system for accessibility without the risk of data theft or malware intrusion. And lastly, faster processing, to provide fast processings and transfers of funds from one individual or institution to another. Basically, my DV is FinTech and improving customer experience supported by customer loyalty, customer satisfaction, enhanced security, as well as faster processing. What is my research methodology? The type of research that I've conducted was a quantitative study. The time series was a cross-sectional data collection. It was a primary data. The instrumentation required was a self-administered survey questionnaire that I prepared. Unit of analysis was individual. The population was the travelers of different backgrounds in the Malaysian Airlines. The sample size, I passed down my survey questionnaires to 120 people, and in return, I got 114 respondents, which was 95% of what I've sent. The technical analysis was using SPSS. The data collection was convenience sampling. The description and distribution method was via WhatsApp with Google Form link. So I prepared all my survey questions on Google Form, and I basically copied the link and sent it to all my family and friends through WhatsApp. And the response rate that I got was 95%. My research framework, as I said, FinTech and improving customer experience, that's the DV. Supported by customer loyalty, customer satisfaction, enhanced security, as well as faster processing. My research hypothesis that there was no significant relationship between the customer loyalty with the usage of FinTech in the Malaysian airline industry, and there is a significant relationship between the customer loyalty with the usage of FinTech in the Malaysian airline industry. All this was repeated using enhanced security, faster processing, as well as customer satisfaction. Data analysis and demographic profile. So based on the questionnaire that I've sent, what I can see here is mainly there were more male gender than female genders who actually replied back to my questionnaire. And also, as we can see here, the frequency between married and single was not as much, since married was 62 and single was 52. The age difference, as we can see, there are more people who are traveling by Malaysian Airlines are between the age of 26 to 50 years old. And the job status that was highly accumulated was that they were employed, followed by student, followed by self-employed. The conclusion of my study is to help people, to help everybody to understand FinTech better. Since we are all moving in a new culture, in a new generation, in the new IR 4.0, we should accept the new changes that comes within us, be that even payments or anything else. And still, there is still a lot of room for adaptation, like airlines. They have not yet started using FinTech as their form of payment processing. Why? Because they still believe in the traditional methods, which is not wrong, but there are now already too many disadvantages on it, like credit card problems, debit card problems. Some are not cash rich. So for them, maybe they're not cash rich, but they're rich in e-wallets. So they prefer paying in that way, but still airlines are not accepting it. And also, it is the most easiest payment system to be implemented, but they're not implementing it since they think that it's a very complex situation, complex work, and also that they have to retrain all members, all management about, all ground staff about it. So in general, I would say is not only being a FinTech student, but also outside my uni life, I prefer paying by e-wallets or anything like that, since it's easy for me and I know I can keep track of my things better. That's all for my study. I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Good evening to my respected lecturer and sirs and madam who are watching this video. My name is Ahmad Syahir Rizwan, and today I'll be presenting regarding my research study of student perceptions of internship experience. Does work stress and workplace bullying decrease personal development of the student's future? Start on with an abstract. We have first to understand what exactly is an internship. Internship allows hands-on experience for the student to understand what a real professional work environment looks and feels like. Its purpose is to test its career interest as a personal development towards the students. And for your information, not much work environment are known regarding personal development. So a research study, which is a descriptive analysis, the researcher decided to take a sample of 103 students to participate in this research study. And these 103 students are a sample that actually went for 16 weeks of paid internship, on which its purpose is to understand the amount of work stress and work bullying has an effect on their personal development. Now, this research study also could help the students who are graduating soon to actually understand the reality of career prospect that these students will be joining soon once they have graduated. To start off with an introduction, I think it is important for everyone to understand the main definitions and the main concept of this study, on which it is internship, work stress, and work bullying. So to start off an internship, we have to understand that internship is a transition between classroom and work environment, on which the platform are provided for students to actually understand what exactly a work professional environment looks like and experience like. So it provides type of learning to the students on experience the students needed to seek for a job in a specific sector, on which it is a type of learning that the students can never get inside a classroom. And it is specific to each sector of which major course the students are in. If they're a culinary course, they can do internship in a restaurant or in a hotel or wherever. If they're a business management students, they're going to do internship in a administration department of any organizations or companies. And a great internship as well can give a student a positive impact on their choosing career, on which a great internship with a positive experience can actually give an impact which is positive as well towards their chosen career, on which they're gonna develop some sort of personal development in order for them to seek for these particular sectors and pursue their career and enhance their career development through this sector. And internship as well connects the work content with student personal development. Now, moving on to the work stress, it is a two-way relationship between the individual demand, boundaries, and jurisdiction, which means that work stress are actually connected between an individual and things such as demand or boundaries as well as jurisdiction. It is an interaction between an individual and the environment itself. How it exactly is that environment that could affect the individual? Is it a negatively uh, surrounded environment that could give stress, or is it a positively environment that could actually give motivation towards the students or towards the interns? It can expose the students to exactly what a business practice and help the student to shape actually their knowledge in the professional work environment as well as the skills required in order for them to work as a professional corporate worker, as a professional individuals. So intern stress are some sort of experience a students could never ever feel inside a classroom, on which a classroom stress and intern stress are completely different things. And internship stress can only be felt once the student jumps into a context and experience itself what exactly a professional work environment feels like. So workplace bullying, which is the last one, it's a moment where an individual actually face a physical or mental assault. This could come from another individual, maybe a work colleague, as well as maybe from their superior. So, workplace bullying are usually caused by work result deficiency, poor leadership in an organization, the exposure of victims' personal life, and maybe a low moral value that is being practiced in the organizations. So, workplace bullying can actually cause the victim several pains and physically and mentally, such as high blood pressure, diabetic, neck pain, back pain, depression, and anxiety. So both stress and bullying can actually cause a default in an intern's personal development, on which with the constant stress and bullying going on, it can actually cause a trauma in the intern's personal development, on which in fact it can actually affect the way an intern or a graduate choose their career prospect after they graduate due to this traumatic experience. Now moving on to the literature review, on which the main theory of this research study is the job demand resource theory. So this theory actually emphasizes the functioning of employees' well-being, on which if the employees' well-being are properly function, it can actually stimulate the employees' engagement with the environment. So in this theory, it explains that the employees with a lot of job resources, such as the one that can develop themselves, will be more engaged with their work compared to if they felt that this job resources does not help to contribute developing themselves, they will not be engaging with their work. They will cause stress, some sorts of things like that. And with high job demand that they couldn't do, it could actually trigger stress and employee will burn out at work, on which this job demands does not match or basically fix at the level where these employees are capable of handling. So that is what it meant. So this is my research framework on which work stress hypothesis one with personal development and workplace bullying, which is the hypothesis two with personal development. And I explained down here hypothesis one, work stress. Work stress will have negative correlation with personal development as well as work bullying, on which work bullying will have a negative correlation with personal development. Starting off with methodology, in methodology, tables are being divided into a couple of tables, starting with demographic profile. And to emphasize that the researcher in these sections, in this research study, are using cross-sectional quantitative study with 5-point Likert scale. With 1 is strongly disagree, 2 is disagree, 3 is neutral, 4 is agree, and 5 is strongly agree. So this is the method that the researchers are using for all the sample in order for them to participate in this research study. So starting with the demographic profile in here, we can see that when it comes to genders, there are many females compared to male, on which contributing females are 59.6% compared to male, which is only 40.4. And when it comes to the age group, many are 21 years and above, which is 63.3% compared to 20 years old and below, which is only 3.7%. And when it comes to race, there are many mixed races. I believe they are foreigners. That's why it's the contributing samples are 38 compared to the Malaysians itself with 36.5%, followed by the Chinese 31.7, and then Malay 17.3, and then finally Indian 14.4. And the level of study, this is confirmed and this is very obvious. Degree and above will contribute more than diploma and below. It is because very rarely in some of the universities that internships are one of the program that they must follow compared to in most university where in degree there is an internship program where every students must participate and join in order for them as a part of the program that can help them complete their studies and also to graduate. On to table two, which is the descriptive analysis of study variables. So this is all the items that is being asked on the dependents and also independent variables. So it's a very interesting thing to see actually because when it comes to work stress and workplace bullying, we do in this study the main purpose is to actually relate if this has a direct or positive impact on personal development. But when the results came out, it's a shocking result to say that it actually has a significant positive impact on personal development, which you can see when it comes to work stress. All items, all of them are moderate. The interpretation are moderate. The means also are moderate. It does not contribute a high interpretation, which means that positively this has a direct influence or direct correlation with personal development. That goes with workplace bullying. Surprisingly, most of them as well is low, which means that they have no significant correlation with personal development itself. For example, I often got threatened verbally, I often got threatened non-verbally. The interpretations are very low, which basically means that internship students in many organizations are being treated positively by their colleagues as well as their superior. And lastly is the personal development. you can see that many of the interpretations here are high, which means that students really do focus on their internship program in order for them to use this platform for them to enhance their career development, knowledge, and earn skills that they could not earn or learn inside the classroom. I'll be explaining the remaining tables for the methodology, which is table 3 and table 4, starting with table 3, which is the mean SB, compared alpha, and correlation coefficient values. So you can see in table 3 here, the reliability coefficient for all the study variables were actually considered very good, which be in accord of a minimum requirement level of 0.7, except for, of course, the work stress. So the result here showed that there are a significant and negative relationship between the work stress and also workplace bullying respectively. So these findings actually show that the decrease in work stress and perceived workplace bullying actually leads to higher personal development. So what I'm trying to emphasize here is that if the internship student actually experience less work stress and work place bullying, that can actually enhance their career prospect for their personal development. A positive experience in their internship can actually lead to a better personal development for them once they graduated and once they decided to jump into specific sectors. Okay, so now moving on to table 4, showed the coefficient of correlation is R 0.549, while the coefficient of the definition square value is 0.301. So this actually indicated 30% percentage of variations in personal development is explained by the linear relationship between workplace stress and percentage of workplace bullying. Work stress is found to be the best predictor of personal development for the respondents of this study, on which means that in this research study, workplace bullying rarely has an effect on the students' internship personal development. It is mostly the workplace stress. The mental assault or mental abuse actually has a bit of direct positive significant correlation with the students' positive personal development, which means that if their mentals are being assaulted too much, it can cause burnout, it can cause work stress, and these are the real traumatic experience that can actually affect their personal development once they graduated and once they decided to jump into a specific sector in order for them to start their career as professional, corporate or organizational employees or individuals. So to end this research study, in conclusion, work stress and workplace bullying are actually negatively correlated with personal development among interns. Even though work stress has a bit of correlation, but still it is considered to be negatively correlated as well as workplace bullying, as what the data has shown regarding the sample that I have included in in my research study, in the researcher research study. But the findings were consistent with previous studies regarding the work condition actually has an effect on work performance and commitment, on which this has something to do with Herzberg hygiene theory. Work conditions, bad negative work environment will have an effect on the employees or intern students' work performance as well as their commitment. Some sort of bad infrastructure, dirty workplace, unorganized workplace will actually have a direct influence on their performance as well as their commitment on the work that they are being assigned. So lesser work stress and workplace bullying after all can actually have interns to enhance their personal career development, as I have mentioned, as they will become devoted to their work and they will see internship platform as an experience for them to learn and advance themselves in the sector that they are interested in. So that is all from me. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
A very good day to everyone present. My name is Hilary, and for today I'll be presenting my research project. Allow me to start off by presenting my research title, which is Achieving Sustainable Business Growth in the New Normal by SMEs in Seychelles. In the first few slides of my presentation, I will be looking into the introduction of my research. Beginning with the background of the study, in this specific slide, we'll be looking into where my research will be conducted on, which is my country, Seychelles. So allow me to start with a brief introduction on Seychelles itself. So Seychelles is made up of a group of around 115 discovered islands, and it is situated in the Indian Ocean east of Africa. Since gaining its independence in 1976 from Britain, Seychelles has undergone a socio-economic transformation, and it is now classified as a high middle-income country. Seychelles has a population of around 99,199 people, with 51.1% of it being men and 48.9% of it being women. Looking further into its economical aspect, the country has one of the highest GDP in Africa, with small and medium enterprises contributing to around 33% of the GDP and 45% of employment. In this next slide, I will be looking into the focus area of my research, which is travel and tourism sector against the pandemic. So we see how many countries depends on travel and tourism, especially countries such as Seychelles. And with the coming of the pandemic, which we have seen how many countries has been affected. So in this slide, we will look into a global scale on how travel and tourism has been doing before the pandemic and how the pandemic has changed the sector with the coming of the pandemic, how it has changed, as well as looking into Seychelles itself. So the inbound tourism expenditure as a share of the GDP of Seychelles in 2018 before the pandemic was 38%. Looking into a global scale, travel and tourism accounted for 10.1% of all jobs and 10.4% of the global GDP. This is again before the pandemic, with international visitors spending of around 1.7 trillion US dollar in 2019. With the coming of the COVID-19 pandemic, the travel and tourism sector has suffered a loss of almost 4.7 trillion US dollar in 2020. Contribution to the economy has seemed to be dropped from 10.4% to global GDP to a mere 5.5% in 2020. With such global drop, Seychelles has not been excluded from being highly affected. It has encountered at least 2,367 bookings being cancelled, worth of 3.8 million US dollar, and this was in between 25th of February to 23rd of March 2020. Going to the next slide, I'll be looking into the problem statement, which will illustrate 5 elements to identify the importance of doing this research and what this research hopes to achieve. So beginning with the first element, which is the topic, as I presented previously, the topic is achieving sustainable business growth in the new normal by SMEs in Seychelles. The educational issue, which looks into the problem and how and the solution that it requires. So we have identified that economies such as that of Seychelles with small and medium enterprises contribute up to 33% of the GDP and 45% of the total employment. But however, due to the effect of the pandemic, SMEs are encountering difficulties that are limiting their growth, and such is very alarming to a small country as Seychelles. Thirdly is the evidence for the issue that looks into what past research has talked about in relation to this specific subject. So I have identified different researchers that have talked about the subject specifically. So the pandemic had a severe impact that disrupted the business operation and sustainability of firms. Disruptions included such as supply chain, trade logistics, sales reduction, cost increase, working capital shortage, business force closure, employee turnover, and layoffs. Fourthly is the deficiencies in the evidence that looks into, although there were past research that talked about the subject itself, however, there are gaps that remains in the research that this research hopes to fill in. So the study has been limited to address on concerns of tourism and tourism-related businesses, especially in emerging countries, such as Seychelles. So what this research will hope to achieve for the targeted audience is to provide an in-depth study to provide a better understanding to owners of small and medium enterprises and the authorities on the impact of the pandemic and the potential strategies that they can undertake to hopefully minimize the effect and sustain the business for their continual operation in the future. In this slide, we will look into the purpose statement and the research questions of the research. And the purpose statement will rather summarize the overall objective of the research and looks into what the research hopes to achieve. And the research questions will look into the two questions that we will be specifically looking into to give answers or achieve the results of the research. So the purpose statement, the purpose of this qualitative study will be to discover the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on tourism and tourism-related businesses in Seychelles, and to identify and develop strategies for the sustainability and growth of those businesses during the new normal. The research will provide approaches to minimize, or if achievable, avoid continual decline in the number of businesses ceasing their operation as an endeavor to support the Seychelles economy. The first research question is what were the effects of the pandemic on the tourism industry? And secondly, what are the strategies adopted for dealing with the impact of the pandemic on the tourism industry? In this next slide, still continuing with the introduction of this research, is the scope of the study. So firstly, the research is conducted on Praslin, Seychelles. Praslin is one of the islands in Seychelles, whereby there are a lot of small, medium enterprises that relies a lot on tourism itself. The unit of analysis will be tourism and tourism-related businesses, and the participants will be business owners and all managers of these businesses, and the research will be conducted through an interview. In the next few slides, we'll be looking into the literature review, which will look into what past research findings are on the subject itself. Looking into the first slide of the literature review, we will see what past research has found in terms of the effects of business operations during a crisis. So in the first research by Ivanov, it was founded that around 60% of respondents has had a disruption in supply chain and trade logistics as one of the key impacts of the pandemic. Mayor Prescott and Sheng in their research also highlighted that the disruptions was not only in supply chain, but as well as in business operations and sales. UNCTAD in its report also published that around 58% of e-commerce companies had reductions in sales by as much as 50%. UNCTAD continuously to state that around 2/3 of the respondents encountered an increase in costs due to the pandemic. In another research, it was also highlighted that the impact of the pandemic was on operational costs, profitability, and revenue. Bartik and its other authors in its research also mention about the liquidity and operating concerns for small businesses. Another researcher identified that there was shortage in the working capital during the crisis, and due to a drop in sales, it was also caused a cash flow shortages. So we can see by in this slide how all the researcher has identified rather overlink with the pandemic of how it affected business in different manner. We continue to the next slide, still looking into the effects of business operations during a crisis, into what past research has found about the particular subject. So we see that a researcher has identified in his research a drop in the volume of sales, affecting the profits of the firms, leading to lower return on investment. And this also further led to either permanent or temporary closure of the business as business inability to continue its operation because they don't have the necessary working capital or not getting any revenue. UNCTAD also state that 44% of the respondents reported that there was a reduction in their workforce, again due to the inability to pay for the expenses because the businesses were not having the revenue. So they had to reduce the amount of employees that they have, so reduce their expenses as a mean to continuously operate. Batik and the other authors in its research stated that the limited levels of cash on hand led to employees' layoffs and business shutdowns. And in their research, they also identified some industries that has majorly been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, such as retail, arts and entertainment, personal services, food services, and hospitality businesses. And it was also seen that in these particular industries, employment rate had a reduction of more than 50%. In another research by Sitharaman, which looks into the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and businesses, it was highlighted that some of the businesses had sudden decline both in aggregate demand and supply, caused by the forced regulatory lockdowns. And lastly, a number of these closures fully identify that a number of these closures may be permanent because of businesses' inability to secure unceasing expenses and pull through the shutdown, especially as they were not getting any revenue to secure to pay for the expenses that they were continuously having due to the crisis. In this next slide, we will look, still continuing into the literature review, we'll look into what past research has found in terms of the strategies that businesses have identified to sustain and grow against the crisis. So some of the strategies adopted under earlier crisis situations, such as the SARS, SARS in Africa, was cost cutting, lowering of operating costs, asking employees to take unpaid leave, and promotion of products and services, such as giving discounts to customers. In another research, the researcher identified repair and adjustment of supply chains, close monitoring of working capital, minimal human resources to lower operating costs, and revamp of the product portfolio. Thirdly, another researcher also identified to restructure the supply chain and strengthen the relationship with distributors and partners. Another researchers in their study also identified that the core strategy for business firms is cash flow management to assess the overall risk and to assess and plan the overall risk of business firms. In another research, it was also pointed out that one of the ways to increase sales is through redesigning the firm's product that meets the customer needs that have changed since the coming of the pandemic or the coming of the crisis. Going to the next slide, still looking into the literature review and strategies to sustain and grow. In this next slide, we see what past research has talked about, especially in terms of employees being one aspect of the strategies that businesses have adopted to sustain and grow their business for their future operations or in the new normal against the crisis. So Daoust and Simon in their research stated that there may be a need to reduce the current workforce, but businesses should also engage the employees in terms of their morale, so that they can be maintained. And this can be done through seeking employees' opinions and feedback. In another research, it was suggested that business firms need to be innovative across delivery channels and engage effectively to strengthen the networking and relationship with employees. Jolie in its research also touched on innovativeness and suggested that business firms should mobilize employees to be more innovative and find new ways of doing things. Pentland also suggested that businesses could improve their connection and interactions among employees working remotely to engage their to enhance their mental health. Going to the next slide, still looking into strategies to sustain and grow. We'll look specifically into past research findings, especially in terms of technologies, how technology can help businesses to sustain and grow in their business operations. So Larson and other authors in their research suggested that business firms deploy new technologies to be more flexible. Another researchers also stated that business firms should invest in strengthening their current capabilities. This will be possible by investing in technology and digital infrastructure that will be beneficial now and also in the future. Another researchers suggested that to improve operational capabilities, business firms should use digitally connected solutions. McKinsey, in its report, mentioned that there is a shift towards e-commerce and online shopping, and therefore businesses should adopt such change and should push towards omni-channel distribution. PNRs, in their research, suggested that this pandemic has suggested another view on the strategies and mentioned that pandemic has provided the greater opportunities for businesses to engage in CSR initiative in corporate social responsibility by establishing genuine CSR programs in order to get the attention of the customers and create a good brand, a good rapport with customers in terms of the CSR program that they are engaging into. Going further, in the next few slides of this presentation, we will be looking into the methodology used for this research. So in looking into the research design, Research Onion has been used to identify the approach for this research. So the philosophy used was interpretivism, which identifies that human beings and objects are different and that human beings interpret things in different human beings will interpret things in different manners. And in this case, we're looking into how participants will interpret the effects of the COVID-19. And the classification and approach uses an inductive building theory approach, whereby at the beginning of this research, no theories were identified. So this research we're looking into building its own theory, and it was best suited under the interpretivism philosophy. The strategy used for this research is a basic qualitative approach, looking into exploring what are the participants' views or the impact, what they have experienced in terms of the phenomena of interest, experience in terms of the impact of the COVID-19, and the strategies that they are looking into to sustain and grow their business further. And the choices, we're looking into the mono method, that is one specific strategy, which is the qualitative. The time horizon is cross-sectional, which looks into gathering data with different participants at a specific time period at the same time. And the method used for gathering the data is primary data collection, that is collecting data directly from the source, in this case, which is the participants that has been affected from COVID-19 pandemic, looking into tourism and tourism-related businesses. And it was conducted using semi-structured telephone interview. That is, the questions were formed prior to the interview, and as the interview were ongoing, based on how the conversation were ongoing with different participants, other questions were formed. And it must be pointed out as well that it was done through a telephone interview due to the situation at this time that we were still in the COVID-19 crisis, and for health purposes, staying safe, we had to conduct I had to conduct the interview through telephone, making sure that the interviewer and the interviewee both are keeping their safe distances. And the sampling method used was purposive sampling. That is, the participants were carefully selected, that is those that have an impact on the experience the impact of the COVID-19, and those that relates to tourism and tourism related businesses. Furthermore, we look into the data preparation and analysis process. That is the process of conducting the interview itself until we reach to the point of analyzing the data and making sense of the data. So the data, as mentioned, was collected through telephone interview to semi-structured questions, and it was recorded. The interview was recorded, and it was then transcribed, generating common sense the information that has been gathered. Then we reach the coding phase, whereby the data was coded using the Microsoft Word software, and we have identified different patterns and links of different participants, and create conclusions about the collected data. Then the data were categorized into to see the relationships whereby the responses were gathered from different participants, to see whereby if there is any relationships, or if there is coherent links from the data. Teams were then formed, and findings were then interpreted. And after that, the reliability check was undertaken to make sure that there is no mistakes in the transcription, ensuring that all information gathered were accurate. Going through the next slides, we will now be looking on the findings of the research, the discussions, and the recommendations of this research. So firstly, I will present the participants of my research, and the targeted sample size was actually for interviewees of business and of tourism and tourism related businesses, and we got to interview 5 participants, which are business owners and all managers of tourism or tourism related businesses, with an experience of around 6 to up to 46 years in the business. In presenting my findings, the first research question talks about what were the effects of the pandemic on the tourism industry. So we have identified 4 themes for these research questions, whereby participants have mentioned how they have been affected by the pandemic, and that is the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has caused on their business. So the first theme identified has been mentioned by most of the participants, which is a fall in sales leading to cash flow shortage. And I've quoted one responses from the participants saying, "We rely on tourism 100% for all our earnings, and this affected our business a lot. I still had to pay overhead expenses and salaries." The second theme identified was operational cost increase, and this was also identified by few of the participants. One responses that I've quoted is, "We have to comply with the additional health and safety regulations, and this led to additional overhead expenses. Our business spends a substantial amount every month to maintain a safe environment that includes health checks and sanitization of our boats and other equipment." Thirdly, this was pointed out by very few participants as well, was high uncertainty. And one response that I quoted was, "I did not know where the business stands at that time. I am in a dilemma whether to close my business and lose my employees. I do not know when the business will be back as normal." Lastly, last theme identified as an effect of the pandemic on the tourism industry was changes to customers. In this, the response was, "We came back positively and we experienced some changes. Firstly, in terms of the clients we were receiving, it's very rare to get clients from UAE, but we got a lot of tourists from UAE as well as from Arabia and Russia." So looking into this first research question into the impact of the pandemic on tourism industry, based on the participants' responses, we can see how there is a links with past researchers' findings in terms of these themes that have been identified. So going to the next slide, which looks into the second research question, which is what are the strategies adopted for dealing with the impact of the pandemic on the tourism industry? So in this, based on participants' responses, 5 themes have been formed. And again, I've quoted the responses of the participants for each themes. So the first theme identified as a strategy by the respondents was cost cutting, and this was identified by few of the respondents in the interview. And what one respondent mentioned that I took the approach to file for redundancy. I lost all my local workers and had to bear the cost of compensating the employees. The temporary closure was necessary as I did not know when the business will be back as normal. It was somehow a good move as there was no business and even there was no income, we still had ongoing expenses. We ventured into the other sources of income, such as growing our own fruits and vegetables to cut the cost. Secondly is cash. Second theme identified as a strategy against the pandemic is cash on hand. And one respondent mentioned that I will say maintaining a good cash flow help with my business during such time in terms of coverage for the ongoing expenses. Third themes identified is flexible pricing strategy that was also pointed out by very few participants with one responses stating we are getting some tourists around, but we still have to reduce the price charge. I had to decrease my price for the foreign tourists to even half of the price, or otherwise you will not get any. At that time, I was thinking only about breaking even, not to meet my only to meet my operation expenses. Sorry. 4 themes are identified, and this was identified by only one respondent, which is corporate social responsibility. And the participant mentioned the board of directors agreed to let the Ministry of Health use the hotel for COVID patients from January right up until the end of July. The hotel was not operational. It was donated to the government. The other thing we did was to provide meals to the patients. And this we can see the link with the previous past research whereby we talked about corporate social responsibility being a good strategy to gain customers' attention and create a good brand view towards the customer's view on the business itself. And last theme identifies is intensive growth strategies. And in this, the respondent mentioned, we have been intensively advertising our service all over the world, especially in Europe, giving them all of the updates and expecting them to come to visit, which they have already started. So at some point, based on the last theme, business is able to sustain, and with the coming, the resuming of the coming of the tourists and all that, the business can grow their businesses further and sustain their operations. And these are the strategies that have been identified by the 5 participants. Next, going to the next slide is the implication of the study. So what the research hopes to give to 3 different parties in terms of 3 different elements. We're looking into 3 different elements. Firstly, practical, theoretical, and then academician. So practically, the research hopes to assist in managerial decisions in guiding business sustainability and growth, to identify strategies and to be more prepared with effective approaches to address other unprecedented situation or crisis in the future, such as that of COVID-19. And it will also help in providing policymakers in Seychelles with additional information in terms of what the impact, what businesses has been facing, their difficulties they are facing. And on a theoretical aspect, this research looks into adding knowledge to existing literature on COVID-19 and business strategies and filling the gap pertaining the subject matter. It will also help in building of theory in the aspect of crisis and change management, as well as useful resources. And thirdly, for academician, this research hopes to provide a follow-up to results found. Practical findings would provide a better understanding to business or understanding on business strategies overall and support the topic of change management. And this will also be specifically relevant to business students who are pursuing a career on the business area. Although there are many findings, there are different teams that have been formed under this research. There are, however, some limitations, and based on these limitations, we are recommending some new approaches to future researchers in relation to this specific subject area. So we've identified 3 points under the limitations, which firstly, there was a lack of generalizability, as only 5 respondents has been interviewed, and it fails to look into other such as, for example, the impact of COVID-19 on other participants still under the tourism and tourism related businesses, and maybe other participants can explain other impacts, not only just the impacts that was identified that were forms from the 5 participants. Secondly, the study was limited to SMEs only, so the study was limited to only small and medium enterprises, whereby this study didn't look into larger enterprises, bigger enterprises. And thirdly, the study did not differentiate between the short-term and long-term impacts and strategies. So the study looked into strategies in general, but not specifically to identify the short-term strategy that they can businesses can adopt to sustain, and the long-term strategy for them to grow. So upon looking into these limitations, now with the recommendation, I recommend that there is a use of a mixed method approach in terms of both qualitative and quantitative approach, whereby quantitative, you'll be able to form a specific area of focus, and through qualitative, explore in depth these specific areas that you're looking into achieving, and being supported with a theory and having hypothesis. And secondly, widen scope of research in terms of not being limited to only SMEs or only tourism or tourism related businesses. And future studies should also look into differentiating between the short-term and long-term strategies, not only look at strategies in general, but classify it to this specific area. So this is the end of my presentation. I thank you all for listening, and thank you.
Assalamualaikum and good evening, everyone. My name is Atira, and today I will present one of my paper, which is the reason for CSR engagement in SME and MNC. This paper is a qualitative study. Corporate social responsibility, which is CSR, refer to a company endeavor to go above and beyond what's needed by the law in order to examine the company impact on the environment and social well-being. So in other words, we can say that how the company and organization giving back to the community. But in terms of the industry, CSR more to divided into 4 parts, which are the community, environmental, workplace, and marketplace. For example, like community, they are creating job activity, donation activity, environmental such as recycling activity, energy affecting activity, while for the workplace such as the reward activity to the employees, the equality activity, and fair pay and benefit activity. And last, for the marketplace, the company will do the responsible marketing or responsible advertising. So CSR disclosure in Malaysia have increased significantly over the years, but the level is still considered low. So the purpose of this paper need to explore the reason why CSR engagement among SME and what is the reason for CSR engagement among SME and MNC in Malaysia. So from the previous research, there are a few reasons divided into MNC and SME. For the MNC, like you can see in the slide here, MNC, example of the MNC, why the MNC company engage in CSR activity are financial resources, pressure from stakeholder, organization context, and the type of leadership. Like pressure of stakeholders such as the community and media, while organization context based on the capital, technology, and knowledge, and the leadership style such as transformational style, traditional style, and others leadership style. While for the SME, there are a few also the reason which are the contribution of the leader, same like type of the leadership style, and motivated by their own belief and the value, and last but not least, the pressure from the stakeholder. The methodology for this study will be the qualitative study, and the population based on the FMM Directory Book, Malaysia FMM Directory Book, focus to the manufacturing company only. In the FMM Directory Book, there are 313 registered MNC and 731 SME in Selangor. So this study will focus in Selangor State. So from the population here, only 8 sample size, which are 4 from the MNC firms and 4 for the SME firm. And the unit analysis is the organization represented by the owner or manager for the MNC and SME firms. And we will do the interview for the study. The interview schedule will divide it into 3: background of the manager, CSR program implemented, and the reason why they engage in the CSR activity. This is the example of this is the result for the background of the owner and manager, divided into name of the owner, age, position, qualification, length of tenure in the present company, and year of experience for all 8 respondents. And the second part will be the CSR defined. Here, in terms of MNC, most of the MNC company define CSR in terms of that 4 types, which are the community, workplace, marketplace, and environment activity. Compared to the SME point of view, CSR is more defined as the responsible business practices. Respondent use a few common CSR terminologies such as being responsible to the community, doing the right thing to their worker, fulfilling expectation of the local community, and also giving back to the community. And the next question are the CSR activity applied by the company. For the MNC, this is the list of activity. I divided into 4 parts. That 4 parts: community, workplace, environmental, and marketplace. This is all the list that you can see in the table. And also for SME, also do their access activity based on that 4 parts. I include based on these 4 parts. During the interview, they not totally divide their activity based on this part, but they know that is the activity that they do is CSR activity. And the last question asking in the interview will be the reason for engaging in CSR. There are 4, we can conclude 4 points of the reason, which are the first one is the leadership style. For the leadership style, the view of the standard also seems to suggest that 4 leadership style applying in all the 8 company, sorry. So they are the 4 leadership that apply for the 8 company are transformational leadership, applied by all the MNC company, transactional leadership applied by 2 MNC and 3 SME, ethical leadership applied by one MNC, and also participating leadership applied by one MNC and one SME firms. While the second reason is the regarding the competitiveness in between the company and their competitor. So from the result from the interview stated that 3 of the 4 managers from MNC agree with the statement that competitor influence their firm to engage in CSR, but agree with statement that competitor influence their firm to engage in CSR. But in case of SME, the informer reported that competitor was not the reason to their firm engage in CSR activity. The next point will be the alignment with company vision and objectives. In other words, organizational context. In this part, all the company or organization agree that the organizational context is the important reason why they engage in CSR activity. While for the resource ability, for the MNC company found that the financial resource will be the important resources for them to engage in CSR activity. To MNC identify network the next important reason they engage, while one MNC not agree regarding the networks, while for the SME, from the interview found that the resource ability were network, skill, knowledge, and the technology, the important one. All SME agree the network was the most important for them to engage in CSR activity. So in this is discussion part, MNC have the higher involvement in CSR activity as compared to SME. We found that, but MNC were more formal in their CSR activity. In terms of definition, the owner manager in both MNC and SME have good basic understanding of CSR. They know when we interview them and ask about CSR, they know what is CSR. For the MNC, most organized the definition of CSR, while for the SME, they use a few different terms, but still they know what is CSR actually. And the reason they influence SME and MNC to engage in CSR activity in terms of leadership, 4 main leadership style identified in this study: transactional, ethical, and participative. And we found that the transformational and transactional leadership style were most frequent using by the firm in this study. And in terms of competitiveness, previous literature state that competitiveness is important reason to the company, but surprisingly, in our interview, 3 MNC and all the SME state that competitiveness was not too important and not give impact to their CSR activity. And the third one, the firm element with its mission, policy, and others organizational context part is influence the CSR engagement. And the last one, the resource ability of the firm also influence the intention to engage in CSR. And we can conclude that MNC, in terms of MNC, financial resource was most important part, while for in terms of SME, network also the important resources for them. For research implication, this study, in terms of definition, CSR definition, this is research show that the term of responsible business practices was the most common definition of CSR among Malaysian firms. While this study support also, we point that larger firms have more resources and formal resources compared to the SME firm. And this study provide business authority and firm with some insight about CSR definition. The result also help the initiation program help to the company to suggest to the company to come out with the program, workshop, seminar, and training can educate the manager and owner in terms of benefit of CSR. And the information from the study can support policymaker in terms of help the government to come up with the CSR policy that help the company, especially for the SME company. And last one, the transformational leadership is the most influential factor affecting CSR in this research. So we suggest that the leader at all levels encouraged to apply this type of leadership style. And in terms of limitation and duration of future research, this study has small respondent size. As explained before, we only have 8 respondents. So for future research, a suggestion that to increase the number of respondents. The second one, regarding the geographical area, which is only in Selangor and in Malaysia. For the future research, maybe can increase between other states, and also maybe can compare the CSR activity between country. As for the conclusion, This study showed that CSR activities are important to the company, and with the good strategy and implementation, the company will get many benefits to applying CSR. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum.
Hello everyone, my name is Anissa Dia Eko Putri, and today I'm going to present to you regarding my research paper, which is titled Factors Affecting Supply Chain Performance, a quantitative study of fashion industry SMEs in Bandung, Indonesia. First of all, we will start with an introduction. Small and medium-sized enterprises, or SMEs, have become the backbone of economic growth, especially in both developed and developing countries, as their development can be seen as an accelerator of a country's economic performance and as an action to reduce poverty. As reported in the World Economic Forum, Indonesia's small businesses will be an essential driver of the country's future development. And currently, most are micro-enterprises, and there is an urgent need to understand how they could scale up and become an established company. In addition, the supply chain is very important for today's businesses, considering the world is transforming by involving technological devices to change work activities to be more efficient and effective. In Indonesia, the rapid growth of e-commerce are placing an increase in demand of its supply chain infrastructure. Nevertheless, the country's logistic industry is highly fragmented, with companies usually relying on multiple distributors for one shipment, and many warehouses are still concentrated around major cities. A report says that this fragmentation means higher expenses, logistic costs range which is between 25% and 30% of the country's gross domestic product, or GDP. And even when it's compared to neighboring country like Malaysia, it incurs half of the cost as a percentage of the GDP for logistic expenditure. There were several previous studies which also has done a research in the same field, like the first one by Wilujeng Sarwoko Enigma in 2022, which showed that supply chain agility, supply chain adaptability, and supply chain alignment had a positive effect on the supply chain performance. And then the second one is by Kumar in 2015 and El Mortada in 2017, which showed that human resource and information dissemination had a positive impact on supply chain management implementation through building trust among the supply chain elements. And then the third one is by Tarofder in 2019, which showed that the GDP growth rate, the degree of openness, and balance of payment increases the nationwide supply chain performance. In addition to these inconsistent results in the past studies, the factors that can improve the operational performance of SMEs engaged in the fashion industry in Indonesia has not been empirically tested. And so this research will empirically examine the factors, namely technology adoption, information dissemination, human resource that affect the supply chain performance of SMEs in fashion industry in Indonesia, particularly in Bandung, West Java, because SMEs plays a major role in contributing to a country's domestic income by providing employment, reducing unemployment, and even reducing poverty. Thus, this research is one of the factors that can improve the operational performance of SMEs, which is considered very important. Moving on to the next part, a literature review. We are going to talk about the first dependent variable, which is human resources. Human resources are very important to help companies in dealing with a business environment that grows rapidly and to help the companies in facing a greater demand of quality employees. Moreover, the human resources also plays a role in developing the competencies that can improve organizational and even an individual performance, as employees' skills in terms of supply chain is very important. Lastly, the human resources also can make sure that an advanced and effective workforce enables the organizations to achieve its goals and objectives in the most efficient manner. Therefore, Despite the several challenges faced by the human resources and the company, supply chain guidelines must be adapted to each of the company's culture, which has a mutual influence with the human resources policies. Therefore, our first hypothesis is human resources has a significant relationship with supply chain performance. Next, the second dependent variable is information dissemination. In general, information includes data and analysis in terms of facilities, inventories, transportation, cost, price, and customers throughout the supply chain. Moreover, information is considered as the biggest driver of supply chain performance, as it directly affects other supply chain performance drivers and the growth process as well. In addition, information dissemination is also considered as one of the key components of a supply chain management system. By adopting the existing data and making them available to the other supply chain parties, the information and data can have a function as the source of competitive advantage, which has an impact on the customers and partners' satisfaction. And lastly, good information disseminations could support the management with the opportunity to make their supply chain performance more responsive and, of course, more efficient. Therefore, our second hypothesis is information dissemination has a significant relationship with supply chain performance. Lastly, our third dependent variable, which is technology adoption. Technology adoption has developed rapidly since its introduction back in the 1990s. And with this rapid expansion of information technology throughout this period, nowadays, customers can order products through an automated system as long as they have the internet connection. And furthermore, with this technology adoption, which is supported by the development of IT, it facilitates and accelerates information exchange, which allows the organizations and suppliers to be aware of each other's needs and can meet them in a timely manner, which obviously will improve the supply chain performance. However, the security of business transactions on the web, it remains a pressing issue for the consumers and the enterprises, according to the growth of the technology adoption. Therefore, our third hypothesis is that technology adoption has a significant relationship with supply chain performance. Moving on to the next part, this is the conceptual framework of this research. We have three independent variables, which are human resource, information dissemination, and technology adoption, and one dependent variable, which is supply chain performance. Next, in terms of research methodology, because the objective knowledge was accessible and measurable, this study was founded on a positivism philosophy. And for this philosophy, a deductive approach was more suitable as earlier theories were used to construct hypotheses before the data was collected. And the hypothesis for this quantitative study was to look at the relationship between the independent variables of human resources, information dissemination, and technology adoption, and the dependent variables of a supply chain performance. A survey technique was employed to collect the primary data in this cross-sectional investigation, and the convenient sampling was found to be the most appropriate mode of the data collection for the target population of the owners of fashion SMEs in Bandung. And the primary data was collected via a self-administered questionnaire. And before utilizing the SPSS application to analyze the data, the collected data was edited and coded. So the convenient sampling approach with snowball sampling was employed to collect the data for the study, which was based on the non-probability sampling method. And this sampling and data collection strategy made it easier and more feasible to contact the respondents. And the study's target population is the owner of fashion industry SMEs in Bandung. And the data were obtained from 103 respondents to ensure accuracy, but after initial checking, 82 questionnaires were included in the data analysis. Moving on to the next part, which is data analysis, I want to show you how is the demographic profile of the respondents of this research. The first one, in terms of education, mostly the fashion industry SMEs owner in Bandung are having bachelor's degree. And then they are mostly male in terms of gender. And then they're also mostly in between 21 and 30 years old. And their business type of fashion industry SMEs in Bandung are mostly considered as a small enterprises, and in between like 6 until 10 years of business experience. Secondly, we have done a multiple regression test, which will give a clear view of the relationship between the dependent variable, which is supply chain performance, and the independent variable, which are human resources, technology adoption, and information dissemination in the study. So in this section, we'll use the modified multiple regression equation to predict the value of supply chain performance by using the beta value of independent variables. And to predict the dependent variables value, the beta value of unstandardized coefficient from this table will be utilized. The beta value measures the strength of the linkage of or relationship between the dependent variable and the independent variables. Moreover, the utilization of this beta value from this table can help to draw a comparison of the distribution for each independent variable. Furthermore, the beta value also shows the degree of change in the outcome variable for every 1 unit change in the independent variable. And so based on this table, the supply chain performance will increase by 0.053 units with an increase of 1 unit of human resources, which is categorized as the weakest association. And moreover, for 1 unit increase of information dissemination, the supply chain performance also will increase by 0.103. And in addition, with 1 unit increase of technology adoption, the supply chain performance will increase by 0.221 units. So based on the analysis of this analysis, the technology adoption is a better predictor for the outcome of supply chain performance because the beta value is 0.221 in comparison with other independent variables such as information dissemination, which has the beta value of 0.103, and human resources, which has the beta value of 0.053, which is the lowest. Moving on to the next part, which is discussion. First, we're going to discuss the influence of human resources towards supply chain performance. Firstly, the result of this study shows that human resources have a very weak and not significant relationship with supply chain performance. Moreover, human resources also have the lowest beta value of 0.053, which means that it has the weakest influence and the weakest linkage of on supply chain performance, and the findings deviated from the past research. In this regard, a study carried out by Nugroho and Rofik in 2018 has shown that and proven that human resources positively impact the supply chain performance of food industry SMEs in Malang. In their study, it is proven that a good human resource management strategy will focus on the service efficiency, emphasize in shipping volume and speed, and strive to respond to the customer desire. And this deviation can be due to more focus on the adoption of technologies by SMEs. And then the second one is the influence of information dissemination towards supply chain performance. And based on the result, it is shown that the information dissemination has a very weak and not significant relationship on supply chain performance. As the multiple regression test was showed that the information dissemination has the beta value of 0.103, which is in between other independent variables compared in this research in terms of influencing the supply chain performance. So this hypothesis is not supported and deviated from the past studies as well. In line with the study, research were conducted by Chen in 2019, which has proven that information dissemination is considered as an influential factor that positively impacts the supply chain performance of fashion enterprises in China. And from their study, it is found that information dissemination is very critical, especially in enhancing the supply chain integration, operations performance, and business performance of fashion enterprises. So the deviations in this study may be due to more focus on technology adoption by SMEs. Lastly, the influence of technology adoption towards supply chain performance. The result of the study showed that the technology adoption has a weak positive and not significant relationship towards supply chain performance, which has answered the last objective in the first chapter of this research. And furthermore, after the multiple regression test was carried out, the result of the multiple regression test showed that the technology adoption has the highest beta value of 0.188, which is considered as a better indicator compared to the other factors, which are human resources and information dissemination. And so it has the largest influence on the supply chain performance compared to other independent variables. In this regard, a study conducted by Tripathi in 2014 has proven that the technology adoption positively impacts the supply chain performance of SMEs in India, as it can enhance the competitive advantage of supply chain management, which can accelerate a better customer relationship and even the supplier relationship. Moreover, a study conducted also by Nugroho and Rovik in 2018 also showed that technology adoption has positively impact the supply chain performance, particularly in terms of the shipping flexibility and also customer service. Next, in terms of implication of the study, this study has practical, theoretical, and academic implications. And in this study, it was uncovered that technology adoption had a positive and a significant impact on the supply chain performance of SMEs. And furthermore, this study also showed that technology adoption is an important contributor to supply chain performance. Therefore, SMEs and invest in the technology to improve their supply chain performance. And also it is recommended for SMEs to have both short-term and long-term strategies to adopt new technologies so they could improve the operational performance and also the supply chain performance continuously. And in addition, there were also some theoretical implications of this study. From the theoretical perspective, the research adds an additional knowledge to the existing literature. And additionally, this study also could help in supporting and building a theory in the aspect of supply chain performance. Lastly, the research results are also useful to academicians who can replicate or even extend the study in other locations or other cultures. Moving on to the last part of this presentation, which is limitations and recommendations. There are some limitation and recommendations from this study. The first one is that this study only covered the SMEs engaged in fashion industry in Bandung, Indonesia. So therefore, there is a limitation on the generalization of the results to the other industry and regions. So it is recommended that this study should be replicated or even extended to other industry and regions. And the second one is this study only included the owner of SMEs. Meanwhile, there are several stakeholders in the supply chain, for example, suppliers, manufacturer, distributors, service provider, wholesaler, retailer, and customers. So therefore, it is recommended that the future studies could include data from other stakeholders as well, such as suppliers, to get a deeper information on how technology adoption could influence the supply chain operational performance. And then thirdly, this study did not differentiate between the short-term and long-term impact on the supply chain performance. Therefore, it is recommended that the future studies could maybe look at the both short-term and long-term impact on the supply chain operational performance. So that's all from me. Thank you everyone for your attention. I hope to see you again in the next opportunity.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hassan Versi, studying a master's degree in accounting at Asia Pacific University. The title of my research is Predicting Corporate Failure of Listed Companies in Tanzania using Altman's Z-score modified model. My supervisor for this research is Dr. Dama. This is my table of contents, and I will be covering all these chapters in today's presentation. Let us start with Chapter 1, Introduction. Background to the study. The discussion over corporate failure and financial distress has been the most discussed topic in today's competitive world. A simple understanding of corporate failure is when a business cannot fulfill its present liabilities or debts, and as a result, the business fails. Financial distress, or in other words, financial difficulties, can harm the business performance by increasing leverage and decreasing liquidity, efficiency, and profitability. Thus, the study on corporate failure prediction is critical in ensuring that the firm may continue to survive and operate over a long period. To predict corporate failure, a model was developed by Altman in the year 1968, and this model was called the Altman Z-score model. The model is said to be the most popular and effective tool widely used globally. Problem statement. With corporations playing such a critical part in any economy, it is necessary to recognize the factors that affect their profitability and sustainability. The primary objective of any profit organization is to maximize shareholders' wealth. However, when an organization is in crisis, its performance and stability are impacted, with long-term implications for the corporate sector. Long periods of financial difficulties will eventually result in the liquidation of the business due to their inability to survive extended period of poor performance. As a result, such failures create legitimate worries for domestic and foreign investors in that country. Let us now look into research objectives. The study's general objective is to use Altman's Z-score modified model for predicting the likelihood of corporate failure of selected companies listed in Tanzania under the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. Specifically, the study aims at two objectives. One, identifying the companies most affected by financial distress. Two, identifying determinants of financial distress for companies that influence the performance of the firms. This slide looks into significance and scope of the study. Significance. According to a 2022 Tanzania Invest report, Tanzania is the fastest growing economy in Africa with an average real GDP growth of 6.3%. For this reason, it is very important to study and predict the corporate failure of the listed companies in Tanzania. It further explains that the high rate of corporate failure will have a huge impact on the economic system, such as an increase in unemployment and increase in poverty. Scope of the study. The study was focused on the role of Altman's Z-score modified model in predicting corporate failure for companies listed on the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange for the period 2016 to 2020. Let us now discuss on Chapter 2, which is Literature Review. The evolution of Altman's Z-score model. The original Altman Z-score model was developed by Altman in 1968 and was designed to predict the failure of public listed manufacturing companies. The model was later refined by Altman in 1983, which was capable of predicting the possibility of bankruptcy for private and public companies. This model was referred to as the Altman Z-score revised model. It was further modified in 1995, focusing on all types of businesses, including manufacturing and non-manufacturing and private and public firms. The model was referred to as the modified Altman Z-score model. Our study used the Altman Z-score modification model to predict corporate failure. We will now refer to the past studies relating to Altman Z-score modified model. Few past research has also used the modification model and concluded it to be a reliable model. One of the studies was conducted by Kimpinjini in the year 2018 on predicting corporate failure on companies in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Her study concluded that Altman Z-score modification model is a reliable model that companies can use to predict the likelihood of going bankrupt. Research gap. The scarcity of local studies on financial distress in the corporate sector in Tanzania demonstrate a research gap on the subject. Only one study was undertaken in Tanzania by Omari and Kimbo in the year 2019. However, the study was limited to manufacturing firms only, and it was based on the first Altman model. According to the study conducted by Nilmar Sari in the year 2018, she stated that the first Altman model had few flaws. She explained that the first Altman model is a 50-year-old model and it was conducted under very different economic conditions than today, resulting in a less accurate proportion of variables when reused. However, the Altman Z-score modification model is the most recent and ideal way. This model can be applied to manufacturing and non-manufacturing companies. Thus, this study fills the gap. Let us move towards Chapter 3, Methodology. Research Design. The research design was a guideline to answer all the objectives of the study. The first objective was to identify the companies most affected by financial distress. In order to do that, 4 financial ratios X1 to X4 were objectively weighted and sum up to arrive at an overall Z-score that formed the basis for the classification of firms into financial distress status. Altman's Z-score modified model was used, and the formula is Z is equal to 6.56 times X1 plus 3.26 times X2 plus 6.72 times X3 plus 1.05 times X4. The hypothesis from this formula is that if Z-score is above 2.60, then it's safe zone, which means low probability of corporate failure. If it is between 1.10 and 2.60, then it is gray zone, which means the uncertainty of whether the firm will face failure or not. And if the Z-score is below 1.10, then it's a distress zone, which means a high risk of failure. The second objective was to identify the determinants of financial distress for companies that influence the performance of the firms. Once the hypothesis results were obtained, analysis was performed to identify the determinants of financial distress that influence the performance of the firms. The determinants are X1, which is the working capital over total assets, X2, retained earnings over total asset, X3, earning before interest and tax over total asset, and X4, book value of equity over total liabilities. These determinants influence the firm's performance. X1, which relates to liquidity, X2 relates to profitability, X3 relates to productivity, and X4 relates to insolvency. Target population. The target population for this study included all the 29 companies listed at the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. However, 5 of the 29 listed firms did not qualify for the study because the focus is on the period 2016 to 2020, and these 5 companies were founded after 2016. They so were not considered during the selection process. Sampling design. The study employed a technique known as random sampling and aimed at the 9 listed companies which were selected from various sectors, manufacturing and non-manufacturing, such as finance, industrial, and commercial sectors from the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. The 9 companies are CRDB, DCB, NMB, Kenya Airways, Swissport, TBL, TCC, TCCL, and TPCC. Data collection and analysis method. This paper adopted a quantitative methodology. It used secondary data obtained from the financial statements of the listed companies at the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange. The data analysis was done by importing all the information into a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet for each company as per the sample. Let us now discuss on Chapter 4, Results and Discussion. Chapter 4 covered the hypothesis results and discussion based on the research objectives. The first objective was to identify the companies most affected by financial distress, and based on the findings, 4 companies were in the safe zone where the Z-score was above 2.6, which means a low probability of failure. The companies in this category were Swissport, TBL, TCC, and TPCC. 4 companies were in gray zone where the Z-score was between 1.1 and 2.6, which means uncertainty about whether the firm will fail or not. The companies in this category were CRDB, DCB, NMB, and TCCL. Only 1 company was in the distress zone, where the Z-score was below 1.1, which means a high risk of failure, and this company is Kenya Airways. The second objective was to identify the determinants of financial distress for companies that influence the performance of the firms. Analysis was performed on this distressed company, Kenya Airways, and the findings obtained were that all determinants X1, X2, X3, and X4 of Kenya Airways from 2016 to 2020 had negative values, which is a major contribution that is resulting the company to fall under distress and a high risk of failure. X1 indicated that Kenya Airways were facing liquidity issues because it had negative working capital, which means that it had insufficient cash to cover its day-to-day business operation. X2 indicated that Kenya Airways had a huge accumulated loss, An accumulated loss means that the firm is not performing well and reduces its longevity. X3 indicated that Kenya Airways were unproductive because of the ongoing operating losses yearly. X4 indicated that Kenya Airways was facing insolvency. Kenya Airways had huge liability over the period, where 56% of the total liabilities were long-term debts, which indicated high financial gearing. When a firm faces insolvency, it becomes difficult to pay its creditors, lenders, and dividends to its shareholders. Moreover, this ultimately increases the probability of filing for bankruptcy. Let us now look at the evidence to support the findings of the distressed company, which is Kenya Airways. As discussed, based on the Altman Z-score modified model, Kenya Airways was experiencing financial distress for all the periods from 2016 to 2020. In order to support the findings, an analysis was done on the stock market. It showed that Kenya Airways share price has been dropping continuously over the period and losing its market value. Therefore, it proves that the predictive ability of Altman Z-score model is reliable when measuring whether a firm is financially distressed. Chapter 5 is the last chapter, which we will look into conclusion and recommendation. The study concludes that firms such as Kenya Airways face financial distress due to huge losses, poor management, cash flow problems, and heavy debt burden. Recommendation. The study recommends that management and investors must not fully rely on a single strategy. However, it should also use alternative model of bankruptcy predictions to confirm the validity of the results. Prediction models are such as Oslon, Springett, and others. The study also recommends that board of directors of all the firms under the gray zone and distress zone should revisit their cost structure and sources of their working capital to enhance productivity and improve the firm's overall performance. Thank you very much, and this is the end of my presentation.
Level of Takaful insurance products among non-Muslim in Malaysia. This is the flow that I will be present today. Let me start with a brief introduction. Insurance is one of the most essential things of our life, which protect us from the danger of accidents and uncertainties. Conventional and Takaful insurance are the two types of insurance in the market. Takaful insurance, often known as Islamic insurance, is one of the key topics of my research. The name Takaful comes from the Arabic word kafala, with the meaning of guarantee. Takaful is a newer insurance product marketed as an Islamic alternative to conventional insurance. Takaful policyholders may benefit from the surplus sharing feature according to a mutually agreed profit sharing ratio. Takaful is Sharia compliance, which means does not include any aspects of gara, mysil, or riba. While gara refers to uncertainty or risk, mysil refers to a gambling, and riba means excess charge or of money or interest. Malaysia's insurance penetration rates are relatively low. According to the MTA, there are presently 15 Takaful and 3 re-Takaful operators providing Takaful service in Malaysia. However, Takaful is quite less adopted compared to conventional insurance. In 2020, new life insurance policy will issue more than new family Takaful policy, indicating a greater disparity between two industries. It is important to figure out why the fewer people are buying Takaful insurance, especially the participation of non-Muslim. Therefore, the research will focus on the variables that affect non-Muslim acceptance of Takaful insurance product in Malaysia. The majority of non-Muslim in Malaysia are unfamiliar with Takaful idea. Most of them still believe that Takaful insurance can only be adopted by Muslims, even though Takaful insurance was initially developed with a Muslim market. Most of the non-Muslim who have not considered Takaful is because of lack of information and due to religious reasons. Therefore, there is a reason for the low participation rate on Takaful insurance compared with conventional insurance in Malaysia. Previous research has investigated the elements that affect Takaful insurance acceptability in different countries such as Nigeria, Pakistan, United States, and Malaysia. Most researchers focus on the whole nation or the Muslim. However, no one has investigated the acceptance level among non-Muslim communities on the perceptions of takaful. There's a gap since no other researcher in Malaysia has looked at the factor of adopting takaful among non-Muslim. Therefore, I want to conduct a study that focuses on non-Muslim perception in Malaysia and to rank the most important variables that influence it. Research objectives and questions are stated below. The main objective is to identify the level of acceptance towards takaful insurance product among non-Muslim in Malaysia and the most important element that influence it. The specific research objective is to examine the relationship between awareness, attitude, service quality, relative advantage, and acceptance level of takaful insurance product among non-Muslim in Malaysia. The general research questions is: how is the acceptance level towards takaful insurance product? And what is the most important element that influence non-Muslim choices? So the specific research questions is there a relationship between awareness, attitude, service quality, relative advantage, and acceptance level of takaful insurance product among non-Muslim in Malaysia? There are 4 research hypotheses, included 4 independent variables, which are awareness, attitude, service quality, and relative advantage. The primary scope of the research was mainly focused on the acceptance level of takaful insurance among non-Muslim in Malaysia and the factors that affect it. This research was a quantitative research and using convenient sampling of 153 respondents that selected from non-Muslim above 18 years old. These sections examine the literature and previous research in the field of takaful insurance. Past researchers have made awareness as one of the significant factors that influence the acceptance of takaful insurance product. These are all the researchers that agree that awareness acts as a significant impact in the acceptance level of takaful insurance product. However, some researchers have their own opinion that awareness is not significant to influence the acceptance and purchasing behavior. They found that lack of interest, financial constraint, strong religious knowledge, and lack of information in takaful may be the factor that affect it. Attitude is another important variable to influence humans towards the adoption of takaful insurance product. These researchers concluded that attitude towards takaful has a direct effect on takaful acceptance intention. Service quality is another important variable to influence non-Muslim towards the adoption of takaful insurance product. This has been agreed by Ibrahim, Razak, Zaidan, Haji Wahab, and Kahindri and Sharafidin. A few surveys conducted which agreed that relative advantage provide a substantial influence on takaful insurance acceptability. Ali, Shaid, Razak are all agree on the statement. However, Anshabi and Aid from Yemen did not agree. They think other factors such as client's strong Islamic religious culture may affect it. The first theory used in this study was theory of reason action. It is created by Martin Fishbein that can account for most human behavior. There was one parameter from TRA, attitude, is used and chosen as an independent variable in this study. Another theory used was diffusion of innovation theory. It was created by Everett Rogers. Takaful insurance product might be seen as a new concept in the industry. Applying the theory, individuals may believe that takaful are advantageous to them and provide them with further benefit. Therefore, relative advantage is an independent variable in this study. Here is the research framework of my FYP with 4 independent variables: awareness, attitude, service quality, and relative advantage, and 1 dependent variable, which is acceptance level of takaful insurance product. Now, let me present about research method used in this study. The study followed on the positivism theory because it gives validity and objectivity to the research. This research used deductive thinking to start from defining the theory used and hypothesis, that affect non-Muslim acceptance level on Takafu in Malaysia by giving out 4 IV and 1 DV to find the relationship between them. A mono-method quantitative analysis and survey was chosen because it aims to study the relationship between various variables and find out the most influential factor among 4 variables in this study. Cross-sectional research was used in this study, which only need to use a short period to collect data because the study goal was to determine how all the variables were linked. Primary data was chosen to gather opinions from different backgrounds of non-Muslim towards their acceptance of Takafu. The questionnaire has been created using Google Forms to expand extra knowledge for the research. Convenient sampling is used in this study. The sample size was calculated using Tabernic and Fiedel formula and estimated for 82 non-Muslim respondents in Malaysia. A questionnaire with 5-point Likert skills were used to do the data analysis. I have done the descriptive statistic and inferential statistic analysis to investigate the relationship between the variables. Reliability testing, multiple linear regression, and Pearson correlation testing were carried out in this study. The data and information collected through online survey has been imported to SPSS and analyzed through a series of tests between IV and DV. A total of 153 respondents were involved. There are 61.4% from female and 38.6% from males. Most of the respondents were aged between 18 to 30 years old, Chinese respondents, and Buddhists in their religion. The top 3 most of the respondents came from Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, and Johor. The occupation for most of the respondents was currently student, and their education level are more at the undergraduate level. 86.3% are single, while 13.7% are married. In the study, 4.6% of respondents are having Takafu insurance product. 65.4% are having conventional insurance product. 13.7% who have both Takafu and conventional insurance, and 16.3% do not have any insurance. The skewness and kurtosis for all variables are in an acceptable range. The skewness in this study is between -0.321 to 0.365, while kurtosis in this study is between -0.712 to -0.04. As shown in table, component alpha value for all variables are greater than 0.7, with awareness at 0.859, attitude at 0.858, service quality at 0.861, relative advantage at 0.781, and acceptance level of Takafu insurance product at 0.91. All variables for this study are regarded as reliable. From Pearson correlation test, all variables shows a significant correlation with one another. Attitude has the strongest positive correlation with acceptance level, followed by relative advantage, awareness, and service quality. Testing for assumptions of linear regression model was carried out before applying the multiple linear regression model. To test on normality, skewness and kurtosis, normal PP plot, and histogram of regression standardized residual is tested in the study. The scatter plot of standardized residual is used to test on the homoscedasticity, while Darwin-Watson test is to test the independence of error term. To test on the multi-collinearity, tolerance and VIF value are used. All assumptions do not violate after all the testing, and multiple linear regression can be used in this study. The adjusted R-square indicating that 64.8% of the variation in the acceptance level of Takafu insurance product is explained by awareness, attitude, service quality, and relative advantage. Additional factors not included in this study explain the remaining 35.2%. The p-value of the ANOVA test is less than 0.05, indicating that this model is well-fitting for the data and has a substantial impact on the acceptance level of Takaful insurance products. According to the beta value, attitude has the greatest influence on Takaful insurance products acceptance, followed by relative advantage, awareness, and service quality. Hypothesis H1 and H3 is rejected with a significant value of 0.463 and 0.951, which is greater than 0.05. However, hypothesis H2 and H4 is accepted with a p-value smaller than 0.05. It can be concluded that there is a significant relationship between attitude and acceptance level of Takaful insurance products. Also, there is a relationship between relative advantage and acceptance level of Takaful insurance product among non-Muslim in Malaysia. As a summary, all 5 variables have reliable data which is greater than 0.7, and all 4 independent variables have a positive relationship with acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. The adjusted R-square show that 64.8% can be explained by the model. Attitude and relative advantage have significant relationship, while awareness and service quality do not have significant relationship with acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. As a discussion, the first hypothesis was rejected and shows that awareness does not have relationship on acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. According to previous research, other variables such as income level, lack of confidence in Takaful, and religious factor may impact the use of Takaful service. According to the survey, 53.6% of respondents are unaware of Takaful as they are younger. Most respondents in this survey are currently students who may lack of understanding and awareness of the need of insurance. The second hypothesis was accepted and shows that attitude has a relationship on acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. Attitude is the most important factor with the highest standardized beta value in this study. If people have a positive mindset, they would be more inclined to get Takaful insurance. Their attitude towards Takaful is good, particularly in the context of Sharia compliance. According to the survey, 56.9% of respondents have positive attitude towards Takaful, whereby 57.5% of respondents agree that attitude towards Takaful is the factor on their purchasing behavior. The third hypothesis is rejected and shows that service quality does not have a relationship on acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. One possible explanation is that respondents were more concerned with relative advantage compared to service quality. They will first examine the advantage of insurance instead of the service quality of the company. It is because customers can switch to another Takaful insurance provider if they are dissatisfied with the service given by their current insurer. So, they do not evaluate the service quality of a Takaful insurance provider while making a purchasing decision. According to the insurance usage questions asked in the survey, only 18.3% respondents in this study are now adopting Takaful, indicating that 81.7% of respondents are not using Takaful insurance and also unfamiliar with it. They are unable to compare the service between conventional and Takaful insurance company. Therefore, service quality is not a factor in this study. The fourth hypothesis was accepted and shows that relative advantage has a relationship on acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. According to Ali, customers may consider Takaful products as Sharia compliance, meeting their financial needs according to Islamic principle, since it is low risk and also beneficial to them. According to the survey, 69.3% of respondents agree that relative advantage of Takaful influence their purchasing behavior. 61.2% of respondents agree that they will take Takaful insurance product due to the overall benefits of Takaful insurance. For theoretical implications, other researchers may use this as a guideline or reference to learn about non-Muslim attitudes regarding Takaful acceptance. They can have a better understanding of non-Muslim opinions. It may be advantageous to the reader and obtain further benefit because of reading this article. Once they are aware of it, they have the option of applying for Takaful service in Malaysia. In terms of practical implication, attitude and relative advantage have an impact on the acceptance level of Takaful insurance product. Therefore, numerous strategies may be used to boost the use of Takaful insurance. In terms of attitude, the Takaful operator should enhance their service to encourage customers to have a positive attitude. When it comes to relative advantage, insurance companies should be more attentive when offering insurance products. This study aims to assist insurance companies in providing more acceptable Takaful insurance products to non-Muslim in Malaysia. The conclusion: the objective of this study is to examine the factors that influence the acceptance level of Takaful insurance product among non-Muslim in Malaysia. The findings were reached among 153 Malaysian non-Muslim above the age of 18. According to the findings, using multiple linear regression, attitude and relative advantage have a significant relationship with the acceptance level of Takaful. However, awareness and service quality shows an insignificant relationship with the acceptance level of Takaful. After comparing Pearson correlation coefficient and standardized beta coefficient value, attitude has the strongest relationship with acceptance level of Takaful insurance product, followed by relative advantage, awareness, and also service quality. There are some limitations in this study. First, due to resource constraints, only 4 variables that investigated during the research. It may not be able to address all the variables that impact Takaful insurance acceptability. Second, due to time constraints, the sample size in the study is quite small, limiting the recruitment of more volunteers. Third, the study used convenient sampling, which allow all non-Muslims to participate, although they do not have purchased Takaful insurance. It does not focus on non-Muslims who have actually purchased Takaful insurance. Therefore, for recommendation, further factors influencing the acceptance level of Takaful can be investigated to obtain a more detailed and in-depth result. Moreover, further research might be conducted to increase the sample size in the study to acquire more perspective from each of the respondents. To acquire a more accurate outcome, further research should focus on non-Muslims who have actually purchased Takaful insurance policy. In addition, this research might be done as a qualitative study in which the researcher would have a greater understanding and accuracy in this topic field. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Hello and a very good day to everyone present and viewing this presentation. My name is Ahmad Zian Ziad and I am from Maldives, and I am going to be presenting my paper to you titled Challenges to the Social and Working Lives of Foreign Workers in the Construction Industry of Maldives, Qualitative Study. I will begin with a brief introduction of the paper. Over the recent years, the world has witnessed an increase in the number of individuals migrating to foreign countries for work. Foreign workers. These foreign workers are mainly present in the developing countries of Asia, with as many as 70 million foreign workers present in the Asian continent alone. With this being the case, Maldives, a country identified as one of the fastest growing economies and one of the fastest developing countries in the continent of Asia, without a doubt has a large presence of foreign workers in the country. Maldives reportedly houses foreign workers in the country as many as the number of local Maldivians present in the country. However, the foreign workers that are in Maldives are met with drastic conditions. With the high number of foreign worker presence in the country, it is almost impossible to even begin to formulate the number of foreign workers that could potentially be subjected to these drastic conditions. Majorly, the challenges and issues that the foreign workers face in Maldives have gone unaccounted and unaddressed for, but there have been a few handful of news articles that have reported on some challenges and issues the foreign workers face. But even these articles have only come from within the capital city of Maldives, Male City, accounting for only a handful of foreign workers. Looking at the research methodology for this paper, the study has been conducted based upon a design laid out and constructed following the layers of the research onion by Saunders, Levi, and Thornhill. As seen here, the research philosophy adopted was interpretivism with an inductive research approach and a basic qualitative research strategy. The data collected for the research was collected on a monomethod qualitative choice, with the primary data collected being acquired through semi-structured interviews. The study was carried out in a cross-sectional time horizon. These choices relating to the research methodology and the research onion were made in order for the data collected to be as intricate and detailed as possible. This was in hopes that the data collected would allow both the researcher and the readers, or even the listeners, to gain as deep of an understanding as possible on the subject at hand. Results and findings. Firstly, we will look into the issues and challenges relating to the working lives of the foreign workers, and then we'll proceed on to the issues and challenges relating to the social lives of the foreign workers. Half of the participants in this study admitted to having looked to find employment through the aid of employment agents, and all of these participants that looked to find employment through the aid of employment agents were deceived. They were misled. They were given a lot of false hope through false promises, multiple lies, and the employment agents even proceeded to collect large sums from the foreign workers in agency fees, only for the workers to be left with lower wages than what they were promised, different jobs from what they were promised, or at times even no employment for them at all. However, they were left with a huge loss on their heads due to the large agency fees that they had to bear. Participants of the study also noted that they believed the employment agents they went to for employment purposes had no intention at all of providing them with proper employment opportunities, but they only wanted the agent's fee, the money. They believe the employment agents do what they do all just for monetary gains, whether it be at the cost of someone else's loss. Participants of the study also have experienced number of issues relating to their remuneration, with some participants experiencing delays in receiving the promised monthly salaries, while some go extended periods with no remuneration provided for the work they put in. A few participants also believe that they are underpaid for the work and time that they put in. Participants also expressed that they believe they are due for increments to their salaries. Majority of the participants in the study, majority of the participants in the study, in one way or the other, had an issue relating to their remuneration. The workers, the participants, are also made to work under inadequate safety on the work sites, with some workers having been forced to work with no safety at all. Safety gear such as helmets, safety gear such as safety belts, gloves, glasses, goggles, or even boots. They're not provided to these foreign workers working in the construction industry. And with the construction industry being the work sites being high risk environments, high risk work environments, um, there has been at least one reported foreign worker death in Maldives every year over the recent past years due to the lack of safety on the work sites. However, this running year, 2022, the issue has become even more serious with 5 foreign worker deaths already recorded in the year due to lack of safety, with 5 months still to go in the year. In addition to the aforementioned points, foreign workers are constantly put through changes in terms of employer and job title in Maldives. They have to shift from one environment to the other constantly, and they have to learn new company cultures, they have to learn new job roles, they have to learn new job responsibilities. This puts them in a constant state of adjustment, proving to be highly stressful and anxiety inducing for them. Next, looking at the social challenges for the foreign workers in Maldives. While it may also be addressed as a challenge to the work lives, extensive hours of work the foreign workers are forced to put in greatly limits the workers' lives outside of work and forces them to be greatly isolated socially, which has a great deal of negative impact on their mental health. The negative impact on the mental health eventually results in lower overall energy levels among the foreign workers. And as a result of these lower levels of overall energy, they aren't able to perform at work at the best levels, at the optimum levels, and this in turn results in the organization facing losses as the work is not completed on time. They are unable to achieve the organizational goals. In addition to this, although majority of participants reported on having relatively good relations with the local Maldivians, both in and out of work, some participants have encountered upsetting encounters with locals where some foreign workers, some participants were harassed and they had vulgar terms and comments thrown at them. They report on at times having been ridiculed and made fun of. Some participants have had even worse experiences where they facing threats from gangsters, local gangsters in Maldives. And one participant in the study also reported on having been mugged by local gangsters and even had his accommodation trashed and destroyed, lots of damage to his belongings and goods. And he was not provided any justice on this case, for which he did not dare to report the case as he was put in a state of fear from the encounter. To conclude, this study has brought to light a number of issues and challenges to the social and working lives of foreign workers in the construction industry of Maldives. Based upon these issues and challenges identified, the relevant authorities, government bodies, and employers can work to improve the experience of the foreign workers working in Maldives and make Maldives a better place for foreign workers to seek employment in. Through the findings of the study, further obstacles to foreign workers in different regions of Maldives and even in different industries of Maldives can be researched into and identified. That is all for my presentation today. Thank you so much for listening and providing me with this opportunity.
Hi, good day to everyone. Good morning. And my name is Gayatri Supriya. I'm a student of Asia Pacific University. I've completed my master's in accounting in forensic analysis. Today, I'm happy to share my topic relating to impact of data analytics on reporting quality of forensic audit, study focused on Malaysian auditors. So my sharing will cover introduction of the study, literature review, some brief introduction on the literature review, research methodology, data analysis, findings and discussion, conclusion and recommendations. So to introduce, as we experience the hype in technology penetrating into every industry worldwide, I bring focus to impact of data analytics on reporting quality of forensic audit in Malaysian auditors context. There are significant factors seen and endured by organizations and service providers by using data analytics in their work, especially forensic auditors, to improve and enhance the forensic audit quality. The emerging technologies of IR 4.0 advancement receive a global call by international accounting bodies, the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, requiring the professions to quickly adapt into new platform to stay relevant in this industry. Integration between internet and frequent exchange of data between various systems created overwhelming volume of data available for analytical purposes. This is an indication that these big data snowballs in growth, and hence it is necessity for sophisticated tools like data analytics to handle the data management these days. So in the current evolution to economic globally, there are clear gaps into the ways industries manage their businesses and financial reporting. Although there are a large group of community who vote for digital technology to replace the world business management system, there are also a large group of community who vote against digital technology as they see it as a major disruptor to conventional way of human kingdom. Of IR 4.0, affecting the science of data analytics in specific to produce opportunities and explore threats on roles of forensic audit quality. Next issue pertaining to this is to review on the forensic audit's power to influence using data analytics as a strong tool for reporting qualities. Awareness and constant coaching relating to subject matter is needed so it can have positive influence on forensic audit role. Awareness and constant coaching relating to the subject matter is needed. Yep. So it can have a positive impact on the role, and it can give a confidence to forensic auditors to adapt on the data analytics. A summary finding done by BBC, current jobs in UK, approximately 35% of them fall under high risk of computerization, and it's estimated that more than half, that means more than 50% of jobs will be swapped with digital technology in the next 20 years. As per Oxford University, by 2030, 45% of the population of jobs will be automated, and between 20 to 40% professional jobs will fall into automation through smart technologies in the years to come. Three main areas are identified as challenging factors: availability of data, its integrity and relevance, auditors' trainings and expertise, and regulators and financial statement user expectation. Therefore, with forensic audit today, audit profession is at stake on their job security, and forensic auditors are concerned on their sustainability. Therefore, it is authoritative to ascertain if data analytic tools will impact forensic auditor as a counterpart or as a replacer, as this can then reveal sustainability to forensic audit is recognized, or there will be a revival of the profession. So the research objective I have focused into 4 major areas to examine level of opportunity created by data analytics. Okay, then a level of data integrity using data analytics, then examine risk managed by data analytics, and finally, the credibility of independent data access and extraction using data analytics. The scope and limitations, as you can see, forensic auditors who provide services in Malaysia, the scope. I've chosen about 10 top audit firms ranging from Big Four, PwC, Deloitte, EY, KPMG, to middle-sized audit service providers and professional bodies as an MIA. Limitations to the study covers only forensic audit field. Of course, time constraint, completion depend on the respondents. It is based on current phenomenon in forensic audit field and IR 4.0 related corporate and academic journal limitations. There were various literature reviews evaluated during this study, and I have listed it here. So let me move on to the next area of my data analysis and findings. The research framework, as you can see, is covered for 4 areas as data analytic as opportunity creator, level of data integrity, the 4 areas. The 4 areas that I shared here under the specific objective. Research methodology details. I've used the quantitative study primary and population is forensic auditors in Malaysia, 68 of respondents using SPSS system. Data collection was a snowball sampling and convenience sampling. So data analysis techniques used, these are the 4 techniques that I have used to analyze the data collected from the populations. So the next slide shows the demographic profile in male, female, age group, job status, monthly income range, and educational level. So I had a very fair mix of demographic profile in this research. So I take it as it is a very fair findings from all walks of people in the forensic field. Let me take you through on the reliability analysis. So this test and analysis done to evaluate the reliability level of factors which contribute to reporting quality of forensic audit. As you can see, the first 3 variables comes under good radar under the reliability analysis, and the last 2 falls under the excellence level. So this shows the findings are supportive to the research done, where data analytics is supportive for reporting quality of forensic auditors. Next is the Pearson correlation. This correlation further tests and shows the strength of correlation of the factors to reporting quality of forensic audit. Results are strongly supporting and prove that all factors are strongly correlated and associated with reporting quality of forensic audit. Next is the multiple regression, gives an insight to the percentage level of influence of the IV and DV and gives a view of how significant the IVs chosen can support the DV of the research. As can be seen, all the 4 IV represents 70.7% to DV success, where the balance of 29% may be related to some other factors which were not included in this research. So it is concluded that the model is statistically significant and adequate for the study. So hypothesis and findings. The null hypothesis is rejected, and there's significant relationship between all the 4 variables tested for this research. Let me take you through on the conclusion. So all factors contribute strongly to the reporting quality of forensic audit using data analytics. Data analytics is a very important tool to assist real business operators to provide quality and realistic data reflection about their business and future. Data analytics also offer tremendous improvement and growth with stronger sustainability for business to strive through future. It gives confidence to auditors, especially in forensic field, to perform their investigations and findings to confirm reliability of financials of their customers. It improves the integrity and relationship between customers and forensic audit service providers. It gives trust and satisfaction to stakeholders. Data analytics is strongly recommended for businesses and for professional accountants and audit field to continue to adapt to the technology to have improved future. To conclude, firstly, to have advanced technique planning includes distinguishing, figuring out, and carrying out smart arrangement that directs each direction, production to remember, contemplation for how innovation could further develop and navigate the forensic analysis and reporting. This is basic as it doesn't just test yet upgrade the digital maturity of the profession, thereby improving digital capability development. Secondly, second recommendation is pilot project creation. This includes doing out project for model to assist forensic accountants to analyze and find what works best in analyzing and reporting business reports. Thirdly, to harness right skill sets in using data analytics. Forensic accountants are required to equip themselves with required skills and technology application in prioritizing the tech capabilities needed for organization, people, process, and technology. Fourth, turning into an information virtue. Features that forensic accountants is an information escalated calling, thus is supposed to be able to distinguish and accumulate the right information, send it for right reason, and actually investigate it. This should be possible by zeroing on an precision examination and estimating, prescriptive investigation, business-driven independent direction, and mechanized criticism through the association. Fifth, technological enterprise development. It's a transformation by forensic auditors so can grow enterprise growth. And finally, biological system arrangement, which features that since disturbance is an environment peculiarity, it should focus to broader perspective in supporting clients' needs and use digital technologies to create and deliver value and integrated and innovative way. And finally, on the recommendations for future researchers, okay, I would recommend overall radius of the effectiveness of the reporting quality of forensic audit can have many other factors influencing. Okay, as data analytics is fast evolving in newer updates and technologies. And secondly, there are still wide room for detailed and more insightful research, which can be carried out by future researchers. More range of professionals and industries can be added into the research, not limiting just for forensic auditors. A sample and population sizes can be improved, and the study was focused on impact of data analytics. Suggestion is to expand the coverage to cater for more field globally. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, authors, lecturers, presenters, and also students. I'm Vinisha Padmanathan, would like today to present on my final year project research titled The Effectiveness of Blockchain Technology in Preventing Financial Cybercrime. So without further ado, let's just dive into the presentation slides. I would like to start briefly by introducing my presentation with a research background. So what you can see as this part is one of the massive current trend that swallows up almost most of the emerging countries' reputation. It is known as white-collar crimes. Unlike usual crimes that have been heard,
This crime does not require any murder weapons such as like knives or even an urge to murder someone, but a simple tool called the data. So the very basic white collar crimes that we must have heard, seen, or even experienced by our own self is scams, insurance frauds, money laundering, embezzlement, and the current trend, one of the scam that is actually currently growing, it is known as the financial cybercrime. So as you can see, World Economic Forum in the year of 2018 has stated that cybercrime and frauds are part of a $1 trillion industry, as financial industries are almost spending more than $8.2 billion on these crimes itself. This is further supported by the Identity Theft Research Centers that stated in the year of 2021 there were almost 1,862 tampered data which is within the US country, which results in 68% in the year 2020 and previously is just 23%. With this, you can further be proven that financial cybercrime is actually drastically increasing, where it actually only just takes place on the internet in conjunction with using technology information or database just with a computer as a tool or even as a weapon. Using an innovative database technology called this blockchain, which is the heart of all digital currencies and also not to forget cryptocurrencies, actually applications able to could manage and control the volatility of the complexity of bitcoins. So blockchain was most suitable database technology in this case of this research that it could be used to avoid hackers from hacking into the system due to its features such as distributed ledger technology, anonymity, verification, authentication, and not to forget transparency as well. In this part, I'll be focusing on to the variable, which is the problem statement. Blockchain technology is considered one of the fastest evaluated technologies that has been taken over the business world as fast as lightning. So this is because statistics have actually proven and supported that almost $4.5 billion in the year of 2020, up to an estimation of $19 billion are going to be spent on a worldwide blockchain database technology itself. So based on this research and supportive journals for each of these dependent and independent variables will lead to a further fulfillment the research gap that is being questioned. In this part, I will further classify all my objectives, which can be divided into two different, which is general objectives and also the specific objectives. Looking at the first general objectives, which is also known as the overall objective, is to study how blockchain creates an impact on preventing financial cybercrime from taking place. Followed by my next specific objective will be focusing on my very first independent variable, which is immutability. To study the effectiveness of immutability in blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. Followed by my second independent variable, which is smart contract, where to examine the reliability of smart contract in blockchain technology to prevent financial cybercrime. Not to forget my third independent variable, which is distributed ledger technology, where is to analyze the efficiency of distributed ledger technology and blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. And lastly, my very fourth independent variable that I'll be using to research is consensus algorithm. To study how consensus algorithms function in preventing financial cybercrime by using this blockchain technology. As this part, we'll be looking into the significance of the study. Based on the stated objective above, the significance of the study will be contributed into three different perspectives, which are the managerial perspective, theoretical perspective, and also academic perspective. Looking at the first perspective, which is managerial perspective, that you can see that companies and also governments should be actually aware of these financial risks and challenges faced by these investigators or any law enforcement agencies to audit or even further investigate any financial cybercrime that is actually taking place as relating to a financial industry, as an example. In Malaysia, Bank Negara, it is known as the central bank, has established a special investigation unit, SIU, by the Malaysian government to further evaluate financial cybercrime risk. As looking at the second perspective, which is theoretical perspective, this research will be broadening the scope of knowledge and the point of view by researching the scope of financial cybercrime. Through this research, actually, future authors will be aware and benefited by knowing which aspect or factor to emphasize within the area of this research. As my third perspective is academic perspective, this research can be able to provide a better understanding to future research regarding the challenges that are basically relating to identifying the fraudsters that commit towards white-collar crime activities. At this part of the slide, I'll be presenting into the limitations and the scope of the study. Looking at the scope of the study, which is actually the research, will be focusing fully on the effectiveness of immutability in detecting financial cybercrime, reliability on smart contracts, understanding the mode functions of distributed ledger technology, and also the effectiveness of consensus algorithm. This research will be under the scope of quantitative research model approach. And not to forget, the primary data is being used to gather more sufficient information relating to this research. Once the data is being recorded and gathered, the SPSS program will further be used if further analysis is required. And not to forget, the next part is limitations. Basically, in every part and every challenges, it's normal to face with the limitations, with a challenge or even an obstacle in order to fulfill an assignment or even a task. And what's not for a research. So entirely in this research, there's two basic limitations that I actually found. The very first one is constructing a title, as you have to narrow down the scope from a broadening scope into a narrow, small scope. And not to forget, the second part is your independent variables, that you have to find supportive journals for each of the independent variables, which is harder than expected. Let us dive into the second chapter, which is known as literature review. So I'll be focusing into 5 different aspects, which are the dependent variable, financial cybercrime, and followed by my 4 different independent variables, which are immutability, smart contract, distributed ledger technology, and consensus algorithm. So looking at these aspects, we can derive and further support a theory that can be further supported in this research, which is a routine activity theory that states how criminals actually make bad decisions about whether or not to commit a crime based on the opportunity and target that actually exists in the very first place. So as to further fulfill the research gap, many supportive journals from different authors with different perspectives on each of the variable of dependent variable and independent variable is further supported. Deriving into the next part of the research is methodology. Diving into this chapter, which is methodology, that focuses towards explaining the findings based on the research question, objective, research design, and also literature review. There are 8 different aspects to focus in this chapter, which are the first part is research philosophy, which is known as interpretivism. That actually defines that there's an in-depth understanding of this topic that should be based on interpretation. So this is further supported by author that states that explaining interpretivism represents a shift from determining the causal relationship between variables to focusing on depth analysis as to why certain aspects take place. Looking into the next aspect, which is research approach. Research approach which I'll be using is a deductive approach. It actually studies the alternative hypothesis based on the theoretical base and further justifies it. The deductive approach actually helps to create a reasoning from a particular to a general. As the third aspect is research strategy. The research strategy that I used here and the most appropriate strategy that helps in this research is to use the quantifiable information from the target respondents to gain much more knowledge. As for the fourth aspect, my apologies, is be looking into the type of data, which I'll be using as the primary data with a mode of survey that comprises with questions relating to my dependent and also my independent variable. The type of research that I'll be using here is a quantitative approach. And also not to forget, the time series I'll be using here is the cross-sectional, which is adopted in this study, as the data collected will be gathered once using the survey strategy. The instrumentation that I'll be using here in this research is quantitative research is an approach to study together with creating questions. The instruments that will be used to gather information is questionnaires. So the targeted population will be the accountants, IT experts, and also HR in Malaysia who will be answering these questionnaires. And the last aspect would be the unit, where I'll be based on individuality. Diving into the fourth chapter, which is data analysis. There are some samples which is being derived from the conducted research under the section of demographic profile that you can see is being snipped and placed in the slides, that actually the source and our primary sources which is generated through the SPSS software. With all these interpretations and sources which is being gathered and generated from the SPSS software, a reliability test will be further conducted. So basically, this reliability test was conducted by utilizing the Cronspec alpha methodology, which is purely designed to measure the internal consistency. As per the question, I was being used using a Likert scale where there are multiple questions to be answered for the targeted respondents. Therefore, this raw data will then be collected from the conducted questionnaire for the targeted respondents, which I stated before as accountants, IT experts, and also HR, is used to do this reliability test. Based on the statistics that actually reliability statistics has been snipped and pasted on the slide, it can be shown and concluded that there were a total of 36 items, including the dependent variable and independent variable, is used and results of a 0.893. And since the reliability value has to be more than 0.7, therefore this proves that the overall questionnaire is consistent and can be acceptable. Diving into the next part, which is the Pearson correlation. So as you can see, the second independent variable, which is smart contract, has indicated knowing as the strongest relationship with the dependent variable, which is financial cybercrime. Followed by the second strongest, which is distributed ledger technology, that results with a correlation coefficient of 0.558. Followed by a third strongest relationship, which is the consensus algorithm, that proves a positive sign of correlation coefficient. However, the weakest of all of these independent variables, which we know as the immutability. So as it can be derived and is proven that the independent variable of smart contract, distributed ledger technology, and also consensus algorithms has a moderate relationship with the dependent variable of financial cybercrime. In this part, I'll be further explaining on the multiple linear regression. As you can see, this is the statistics of a model summary of the entire multiple linear regression. R square is actually known as the multiple coefficient, is being applied to measure the strength of linear correlation between the independent variable and also the dependent variable. As with the results of 35% indicates of the variation of the financial cybercrime, which is supported with the independent variables. The remaining of the 65% will be explained by other definitions of depending variables. As at this part, you can see the ANOVA slides. And in this part, I'll be explaining the overall meaning of this generated result. Overall significance as the p-value equal to 0.000. Usually p-value will be less than 0.05. However, in this analysis, it further proves that the financial cybercrime has a relationship with immutability, smart contract, distributed ledger technology, and also consensus algorithm. Diving into this part of the multiple linear regression, since the significance has to be lower than 0.05, therefore from the statistics that's actually being snipped out from the generated results of SPSS system, it can be proven that none of these hypotheses is acceptable. Therefore, it's all being rejected, as it is all more than 0.05. This is where you can see a further explanation of the previous slide. As you can see, the first variable, which is immutability, there will not be a further relationship between immutability and the effectiveness of the blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. As looking at the second independent variable, which is the smart contract, there will also no relationship between the smart contract and the effectiveness of blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. Deriving into the third part, which is distributed ledger technology, there will also be no relationship between the distributed ledger technology and the effectiveness of blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. And the last part of the independent variable, which is consensus algorithm, there will also no relationship between this consensus algorithm and the effectiveness of blockchain technology in preventing financial cybercrime. Looking at this part of discussions, we can further support my previous slide. As you can see, there are further opinions of supporting my research and also disagreeing with my research. These are examples of the authors as actually supported each of my independent variables and also disagree that actually these are the independent variables that can help to avoid malicious attack in the blockchain system. And with this, I would like to end with a small conclusion, a brief conclusion, in fact, that financial cybercrime is basically increasing almost in all the sectors and industries. So therefore, vital tools are required to reduce these weaknesses and a risk involving that leads to more malicious attacks and increase the vulnerability of data information. And not to forget, the last part is recommendation. Blockchain system has its own pros and cons. So despite having fully relying on this blockchain system, management or even organizations should find their cyber criminals loopholes and strengthen their weaknesses to further avoid risk from increasing. So management should enhance each individuals with enough cyber knowledge as they will not rely on the blockchain system only. So I would like to end this with a thank you for paying attention throughout my entire video. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Xiao Wei. The topic of my final year project is the seasonal versus non-seasonal in stock market Malaysia. The aim of this project is to investigate seasonal and non-seasonal trends in the stock market Malaysia by using weekly closing prices of 6 industries, including glove, property, airlines, banking, oil and gas, and pharmaceuticals. The problem statement of this project is the low satisfaction of investors about the accuracy forecasting because it makes the people can't gain access profit from stock markets. Besides, many firms started to issue initial public offering, which is IPO shares, to raise funds and increase the market value, but they can't guarantee they can generate a return in long-term investment. Lastly, economy in Malaysia nowadays is in an unstable conditions. Company and investor need to have their investment strategy in order to increase the market capitalization and get return respectively. The objective of this project includes to identifying the movement in the stock market ratios, examine whether there is a seasonal component exists in stock market ratio, and to forecast the weekly, monthly, and quarterly stock prices in the stock market ratio. The significance of this study is to investigate the new insights on predicting stock market ratio with seasonal adjustment and without seasonal adjustment. This research is useful for investors and companies to predict the future movement of the stock market. But for an academic viewpoint, it is important for academicians to fulfill their knowledge and information gap, because their very least study are related to the seasonal and non-seasonal adjustment in stock market ratio. Moreover, the limitation that will be faced throughout this project is there are only limited sources about the various industry stock market movement in Malaysia, and most of the previous study was completed is to investigate the Kuala Lumpur Composite Index KLCI in Malaysia. Continue with the scope of the study. This research is a quantitative research on time series analysis, and it is focused on seasonal trend and non-seasonal trends in stock market Malaysia, and the R study will be conducted to analyze the closing stock price of each company collected and generate the prediction results. The seasonal versus non-seasonal in stock market ratio. There are several researchers found that removing seasonal variation can improve the accuracy of the prediction stock in their country. While for the performance for each industry stock market ratio, they found out banking, pharmaceuticals, and oil and gas consist of seasonal variations. Property does not have seasonal variation. While for the airlines and glove, still have to investigate because they have no previous study done in the online. Next, the methodology of this research is a time series analysis to investigate which industry stock price in the past correlate with the current price. The secondary research that conducted in this project is to collect the weekly stock price from Yahoo Finance for each industry, and their total 6 industries were selected, which are glove, property, airlines, banking, oil and gas, and pharmaceuticals, and totally 22 companies. Well, for the first 4 years stock price data, it is used for the training data set, which is from 26 September 2016 until 28 September 2020. For the remaining 1 year will be used for the test data. Next, for the forecasting procedures of this research is after process the data as mentioned above, we will proceed the actual data with ARIMA or a seasonal ARIMA model. On the other hand, decompose the actual data in order to remove the seasonal component and build a model. After that, use the test data to evaluate the performance of the model generated by the training data set and calculate the forecast error and AIC value, see which model is more fitted better, and plot the forecasting plot to analyze. Next, we will conduct a one-step prediction on the test data and calculate the sum of square error to see which method and model is more fitted well. I will explain detail about each step in the following slide. Next, I will explain the model that I used in this study. First is to examine the autoregressive integrated moving average, which is ARIMA model. This is a model to examine the correlation between the value of a time series. It is a combination of AR, which is autoregressive AR model, and a moving average MA model, as well as the integrations of the differencing. Due to the ARIMA model, only appropriate with the stationary data with constant mean and constant variance. So during the prediction, we need to have to assume the data is stationary. Second, is the seasonal ARIMA model, which is an extension of the ARIMA model with seasonal trends. The reason I chose these two models because it provides a simple yet powerful method for making skillful time series forecasting. Continue with the comparison time series plot of ARIMA and SARIMA models. This is the example of Massing company. For the first diagram, it shows the value do not fluctuate around a constant mean and variance, so it implies the time series is not stationary. For the SCF plot, it shows that very slowly decreasing and consists of a typical pattern of trend component and 70 seasonal component as well. Hence, have to try to remove them and get different results. Compare with compare which is better fitted. Well, the PSCF plot shows that it does not have any significant spikes in the plot. This implies the residual obtained from the ARIMA model are white noise and no other significant patterns are remaining in the time series. Hence, the model suggests is the ARIMA 000. Okay, after deseasonalizing the actual data, it will occur irregular variation in the residual plot between 2019 until 2020. So the SCF plot is less correlated than the ARIMA model, but but it still looks decreasing very slowly, and it still consists of the seasonal and trend components. For these situations, it will suggest having differencing to further remove the trend and the seasonal components to increase the accuracy of the predictions. For the PSC plot, it shows this model has large spikes at the first 5 legs, so it suggests a non-seasonal MA5 model and a significant spikes at leg 8, seasonal AR1 models. Hence Sarima 005100 with a 52 frequency will be suggest being used to predict the next year future values of Massing weekly stock price. Continue with the residual histogram. The residuals of Sarimau 005 10052 seem better to follow a normal distribution than the ARIMA 000 residual. The ARIMA 000 residual histogram shows that has few bins with a higher concentrations of cases than other bins, which distorted the normal distribution. Therefore, Sarima models is fitted better than the ARIMA model in this weekly prediction for the Massing stock price in Malaysia. Here, I will give an example about without deseasonalized data and deseasonalized data. Okay, this is one of the example from my project, which is the Malaysia airport. For the first predicting diagram, it shows the actual data line is within the predicted range and move in the same direction. While after removing the seasonal, the predicted range is far away with the actual data, which implies that in these weekly predictions for Malaysia airport is fitted better in the ARIMA model without removing seasonal component instead of the decentralized data. Okay, for this accuracy criteria, we will compare the performance of the model generated by the time series algorithm by comparing the ACIE information criterion with the AIC values and the forecasting errors. Okay. AIC is an estimator used to evaluate whether the statistical model performs better or not. Then the lower AIC, the better performance of the model. This is the AIC, and this is the forecasting errors. Okay, second, this is the forecasting error. It used to compare the performance of the models. Also, the error close to 0 is the better. Okay, this is the comparison between n-step predictions and the one-step prediction on the test data for a Hatalega company. One-step prediction is depending on the previous step to generate a prediction that is close to the actual data. So in this investigation, the last year closing price we use for the test data and estimate the predicting model on the training data, which is first 4 years closing price. As you can see, the first diagram shows the predicted value is far away with the actual data, and the prediction line sometimes is linear and or curve, while the one-step predictions show the actual data and predicted data move in the same way. Next, it is the one-step prediction error. The reason obtain a one-step prediction error on test data is due to the previous model generates the prediction error with n step ahead, and the prediction line sometimes is linear or curved, but it will not follow the actual value. It is depending on the values n times ago, so it requires obtaining a one-step prediction error on the test data. Okay. SSE is the sum of square difference between the predicted value and the observed value. The smaller SSE means the model provides a better precision and accuracy predictions. Lastly, the result for the time horizon predictions in this research show the quarterly prediction for most of the companies seem move in the same direction in the preliminary tracking. For the accuracy analysis, glove, banking, oil and gas, and pharmaceuticals industry are fitted better in weekly predictions. For the property, it fitted well in the monthly prediction, while the airport, Malaysia, is fitted better in weekly prediction, while Air Asia is quarterly. From the seasonal viewpoint, the preliminary tracking shows for Gulf, property, and oil and gas and pharmaceuticals industry fitted better in the model from seasonal adjustment, while the statistical analysis conclude that 13 out of 66 predictions models have a lower SSE values by using actual data to predict the future. By deseasonalized method, it consists of 36 models that capture the lower SSE value. So for the stock market in Malaysia, the seasonalized method is fitted better than using the original data to do predictions. There are some limitation and possible enhancement found in these predictions. When this prediction is using the weekly data convert into the monthly and quarterly data, it will cause time consuming and lead to misalignment. Thus, it was recommended to obtain different time horizon data, such as monthly and quarterly data, to improve the accuracy of the predictions. Next, after decompose the data, it will occur irregularity in original data. So future researchers could take other alternative ways to solve this problem as well. Okay. In the conclusion, I have proved that the seasonal adjustment method obtains the best SSE values than without seasonal adjustment, which may imply that the stock market in Malaysia has seasonal variation. This could help the investor to better predict the movement of the stock market measures before making any investment decision. Lastly, throughout this project, I've learned about the usage of the n-step prediction and one-step prediction for different time horizon and gain knowledge about designing a model with appropriate approaches. That's all from my FYP project. Thank you.
Okay. Good day to everyone. I'm Darshi Simtinathan from Malaysia, and I've completed my master's in project management a few months ago. So today I will be presenting about my research project. Give me a moment. Let me share my screen. Okay, so the title of my research project is The Influence of Emotional Intelligence on Employee Wellbeing, Creativity and Employee Engagement Among Project Team Members in KL, Malaysia during the crisis. So just a little on the background of emotional intelligence. So EI can be defined as the ability to communicate well and also to manage the conflicts as well as anxiety by identifying, understanding and using the emotions positively. So the impact of the crisis, it has actually caused people to feel overwhelmed, stressed, and also caused like an increase in the number of mental health issues among Malaysians. And also in recent times, there actually have been an increase in the awareness related to EI, especially among the project team members. Also, there have been a worldwide acceptability on the importance of EI in workplaces. Okay, so in terms of my problem statement, so as I've mentioned, the topic was actually selected because of an issue that was actually quite evident that many of them were facing, where the crisis has affected the employees. They felt burnout, stress, and it was challenging for them to manage their emotions. It also went to an extent to cause them depression and also even led them to feel suicidal. So there was an evidence, and it was an article where the number of suicide cases in Malaysia, it has escalated tremendously, especially during the first 5 months of 2021. Although there have been research conducted on EI, but there were still a paucity of the studies that involving the influence of EI, specifically on the project team members and also during the crisis. Okay, so this paper here, it adopts that there is a need to examine the relationship and also the influence of EI on the employee well-being, creativity, and employee engagement among the project team members. So the finding from this project uh, is actually expected to help companies, especially the HR managers, leaders, to handle their project team. Okay, so the next one is actually the objectives. I have 3 objectives in my research study. So the first one is to examine the correlationship between EI and employee well-being. Second one is to examine the correlationship between EI and creativity. And the third one is to examine the correlationship between EI and employee engagement. All these are to be done among project team members in KL, Malaysia during the crisis. My research questions was related to my objective, where is there a correlationship between my EI and employee well-being? Is there a correlationship between EI and creativity? And also if there is a correlationship between EI and employee engagement. Okay. And my hypothesis, I have 3 hypotheses. The first one is there is a correlationship between EI and employee well-being. Second one, there's a correlationship between EI and creativity. And third one, there's a correlationship between EI and employee engagement. Okay, so based on my dependent and independent variables, I have prepared a research framework. So this shows the relationship between emotional intelligence and all the 3 independent variables in this study. The significance of this study. So this study is important to study the relation about the perspective of the influence of EI during the crisis time on the 3 different variables. And also there's one aspect that is left unexplored, which was the influence of EI on project team members. And this was actually done in a way to explain the significance of the study in 3 different perspectives, which were the managerial, academical, and theoretical perspective. My scope of study focuses on the influence of EI, in particularly project team members and also those who actually work in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Okay, so the influence of EI. EI is actually an ability of someone to monitor their own and also other people's emotion and to use the emotional information that they got as a guide to think and also to react. And also there are 5 domains to EI, which is actually social self-awareness, empathy, self-regulation, and also self-motivation skills. It's also found that individuals with higher emotional intelligence, they are quite good in developing strategies and they can use the strategy to handle their stress or also to boost their morale and also others. Okay, there were also some interesting and contrasting perspectives on emotional intelligence, where there were researchers who have found and also stated that the entire concept of EI is not just something that came in recent times, but it actually originates from an analytical sloka, which is from the Indian philosophy Bhagavad Gita. In Bhagavad Gita, the entire concept of emotional intelligence is being explained and being summed up. And the next one, another researcher, he has also stated that EI And this was in relation to project management, where those with higher level of EI, they are more open to improve their ability in effective communication, and they are willing to actually like cooperate with others to expand their skills and also their knowledge base. Okay, so for my variable, the first one, employee well-being is defined as the expectation and working ways of an employee, which may affect their happiness or health. And employee well-being has a positive impact on their work performance. And those with high emotional intelligence, they are more satisfied in terms of their well-being. The next one, creativity. So creativity, as we all know, it is actually a generation of ideas, products that are novel. And the creativity skill of an employee in a workplace, it plays an important role to ensure that the organization, it remains competitive and relevant among their competitors. And the success of the organization and the ability to have a competitive advantage are related to the aspect of the creativity of their employees. The third one is employee engagement. So employee engagement is the employee's emotional commitment to their organization. So the extent of the effectiveness of an organization, it can be determined by using employee engagement. And also emotional intelligence is a strong predictor that influence employee engagement. Okay, there are also quite a number of theoretical models on EI, but one of them is the EI ability-based model, where it actually shows the 4 different types of emotions. Okay, so my research methodology, this is like a summary of all the philosophy, approach, and everything that I've done in my project. So here, so my research design. So I've used positivism, deductive approach, and I use my strategy that I've selected was survey, and it was done in a quantitative manner. The study was cross-sectional, and my data collection was primary data collection. My population, the target population were actually the project team members, specifically in KL. My sampling method, it was a non-probability sampling, where based on the formula, it was supposed to be 82, but I proceeded with 100 respondents. So for this research study, I used Google Questionnaire because at that time it was still the pandemic and MCO. So I thought it would be more convenient to actually like send and also receive the responses from the respondents. So it was distributed online. Everything was done online, and also there were it was distributed to 100 respondents. My data analysis was statistical analysis, which consisted of descriptive statistics, reliability tests, normality tests, and also the Pearson correlation test. Okay, so as for my demographic information, I started with frequency statistics based on 6 different information. So in terms of age group, most of the respondents were actually between the age of 26 to 30. In terms of marital status, those who were single and married were almost similar. And also as for the gender, there were more males compared to females who actually have responded. The next one, as for the work experience, the highest number of respondents had actually more than 10 years of experience, and it was actually 1/4 of the respondents that I've received. And these results, as for the education qualification, the highest number was 55, which is from the diploma and degree category. Okay, so this is a summary of the demographic information. Okay, so after that, I did reliability testing. So this test was done to check and also to measure the consistency of the results that I've obtained. So these are the results that I've obtained in terms of Cronbach's alpha. So according to previous researchers, the acceptable values for Cronbach's alpha was 0 to 1, specifically 0.7 to 0.95. And the values that I've obtained were all within the range. So this proved that all the values and also my variables were reliable. And then the next followed by normality test. So This test is based on skewness and also the courtesies values. So this shows all the skewness and courtesies level of my research study. The highest and lowest skewness values were negative 0.960 and negative 1.699. And for the courtesies values, it was 4.623 and 0.674. Now, based on the previous research, for skewness was plus minus 2.0 and for courtesies is plus minus 10.0. So this shows that my results were still within the acceptable values as well. Okay, and then I did the Pearson correlation test. So I did this test to examine if there's a relationship between my dependent and independent variables, and also I wanted to check the strength of the relationship, each relationship between the dependent and the independent. So these were the values that I've obtained, and based on the values I've obtained, I've realized that the strongest relationship was between emotional intelligence and creativity. uh, the coefficient that I've obtained was 0.739, and also all three were actually in positive values. So there is a positive relationship between these variables. This is a table of my hypothesis statement with the coefficient. So based on my hypothesis and also the correlation coefficient that I've obtained, this shows that all the results are actually accepted because they have a positive value. Okay, so my first hypothesis that I've mentioned previously, there's a correlationship between EI and employee well-being. So it was evident because there is a positive relationship between both the variables, and also it was aligned according to previous researchers where according to one of the researcher that EI is significant and beneficial to employees because it can provide guidance and also create a productive interaction among the employees and also improve their well-being. This was also supported by other researchers as well, where EI can help employees to cope with conflicts. So my results were actually aligned and consistent with the findings from previous researchers. My second hypothesis was emotional intelligence and creativity. Again, there is a positive relationship, and in my study, it was found that creativity had the strongest relationship with EI, and it again was aligned with the previous research findings that I found. And also, EI has an influence on the workplace creativity, and those who have higher emotional intelligence, they are more clearer and more calmer. And thus, this validates the data that I've obtained from the research study in relation to both of these variables. The third one is there's a correlationship between EI and employee engagement. So again, this was it aligned with the previous researchers' findings, and also it was demonstrated that those with higher EI, they had a greater employee engagement. So this implied that greater level of employee engagement and business performance was contributed by EI. Okay, as for the implications, I've divided them into three different perspectives. So this research study would help in terms of managerial perspective, where it can help the management team, especially the HR department, to have a better understanding and also to manage their project team members in a better way. As for the academical perspective, this can help to add on to the existing information which may be beneficial for the future researchers. And for the theoretical perspective, there are some theoretical gap also within this area of study. So this definitely would help to contribute to filling up the theoretical gap because there's so far no study that has been conducted on the project team members in relation to these variables. So in conclusion, just to sum up, there have been an increase in the awareness of EI. And so I've conducted a quantitative study among the project team members. among the project team members in relation to their variables. And also it was the objective of the study were achieved. All three of them were achieved, and it was evident that there is a positive relationship between the dependent and independent variables. There were limitations as well for this study, where it was only limited to only a specific sector, and also it was just 100 project team members, and it was done in a quantitative method. So my recommendation would be like sampling size, maybe it can be able to represent the entire population of KL, and maybe to actually have a qualitative approach that can be used in future research. So that would be all from me. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the International Conference on Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation, year 2022. We are Nadia and Jason from the School of Business, and we are presenting a research on digital transformation and organizational change with focus on employee engagement. The objective of our research is to investigate based on systematic literature review done on organizational change and digital transformation, and provide the insight in connection with employee engagement. So this research will be supported by exploratory interviews of employees partaking in digital transformation, particularly in the education sector. So we're looking at the impact on the employees in the changing workplace, physically, digitally, psychologically, and legally. Okay, so these are some newspaper cuttings related to the pace of digital transformation. And what we have noticed is that during the pandemic, there was acceleration of digital transformation, not by choice, but by necessity. And change, we understand, is constantly happening. But what's interesting during the pandemic is the pace of change is very, very fast, and it affects employees, especially older ones. And on the employer's part, there may not have been time to consult the employees prior to the implementation of digital transformation, because they have to pick up the pace and continue business as usual as fast as possible. So that's on digital transformation. Okay, the next, okay, this was a cutting from 1928. Change and digital transformation, industrial revolution is not something new. It has been happening since the early days. Yeah, so you see that since 1928. So there is, okay, why do companies make the change, and what's the history of change? It happens mainly from the technical and technological perspective. It is a change that is affecting employees and giving a little bit of stress point, affecting unemployment, because the machines are designed for efficiency and employees are not consulted when they have to change together with the organization. Okay, and there is also a trend throughout the years from the 1920s to the 1950s to the 1970s, 80s, even until recently, that when technology is introduced, most times the employees are expected to participate in the implementation without prior consultation, and hence there is that feeling of non-involvement or feeling disenfranchised, yeah, because they were not involved, and yet they are expected to make use of the system and be more efficient. So next, okay, so what is digital transformation and what does it mean for business? So technology is incorporated, and then when technology is incorporated, the organization makes a change, and the change is always from the strategic perspective, when to improve efficiency, to meet the customer demands. Especially in the pandemic, we see a lot of this where businesses transfer their platform to digital platform so that the customer can keep connecting with them. So they want to be also ahead of the competition. So when this technical change happens, organization changes, the culture changes, and there is also this mismatch of adaptation in some cases, because there is a technical introduction, and then the human element happens by the way. Yeah, it does not happen sometimes with proper planning, because the introduction of employee engagement is done at a later stage. So the second last sentence there, this is in terms of the result. What's the result of digital transformation? All this investment, all this technical implementation, what's the result of it? Actually, many companies, and when CEOs and CTOs were interviewed, they consider that their level of success is about 20 to 30%. So we're looking at about 1/3 of success rate, which could be better. So some of the obstacles that were identified were digital fatigue, inertia, and cultural issues, which interestingly connect a lot to human elements. So that's digital transformation and business. Okay, so we'll look at next on the magic formula. So is that a magic formula for transformational success? So can businesses transform better? Okay, so this was a paper from 2021. So the mention by this author is on infrastructure. So on the top left, focus on infrastructure. Top right, focus on the customers. That is focus on experience and simplicity on the processes. And also there's a focus on creativity and innovation. So perhaps what is needed to improve the success rate of digital transformation could be employee engagement. So perhaps if employees were consulted, would they be more willing to participate in digital transformation and make use of the technology more willingly? So that's on the magic formula. So in short, the magic formula may not necessarily be purely technical. So we are looking into the possibility of engaging the employees in the process.
Okay, thank you, Nadia. So as Nadia has highlighted, historically, we've gone through this trend on focusing on the kind of the technical strategic rather than the human strategic. So what we've done in our research is we've identified a gap in the current literature and a current gap in terms of the kind of the emotional and social aspects of the employee in the environment. So here we've got the example of follow these market leaders. Be like Domino's, be like Walmart, be like Tesla, be like Capital One. Focus on the efficiencies, focus on the infrastructure, focus on customer personalization, focus on targeting Generation Z, new markets, etc., new opportunities. But interesting, who are the individuals that deal directly with the implementation of infrastructure? Who are the creative sparks? Who are the ones that are dealing directly with the client or the customer? Who are the ones that are doing the data analysis? Staff, humans. Okay, with some assistance from AI, but essentially, we haven't been, if we focus of these industrial revolutions, if you look back and say we've got about a 1/3 success of digital transformation, maybe we need to focus more on humans to increase that transformational success. So in the next couple of slides, what we've said is the importance, what employees bring to this equation. Then we say the importance of, or the consequences of neglecting them, and then coming out with some recommendations based on some exploratory research on what employees say would make them more engaged and then less likely to exhibit inertia and more likely to contribute to organizational success. So what we've said here is, why is the employee important? Because the market's moved. We've moved from our transactional relationships. You pay money, employee works. It's more than that now. There is more of a social dimension, which we'll get to in a couple of minutes. The way we work has changed. It's now working from home. Workplace anywhere is now becoming a well-used phrase. We're thinking about mental health, anxiety, onboarding back to the workplace, the vulnerable employee, work-life balance, making the employees taking their life back. So it's no longer 24/7 working for an organization. So this dynamic, it's moved on. That after the COVID-19, as we head towards the endemic, we've got this situation where employees are going, yeah, I've got more choice here. You've got the gig economy. I've sold products online. I've sold it on Facebook. I've been buying more products on Lazada. I want to change. I want a career change. So we've seen the great attrition, which is highlighted here in this slide. Big issue, and is being picked up by employment law. There's now in September, there's going to be some changes in how we work. So the employee is going to be becoming increasingly important because they're changing. The market's changed because of COVID, or not because of COVID, but because of the situation. Employees have been forced to adapt. So it's no longer business as usual. So I think we've kind of got to look a little bit at this, how the employee has changed and what they've done during the pandemic. So this is kind of underlying the necessity to look more at the role of the employee to make digital transformation a success. So historically, there is a gap in the literature. And as we move forward, we're saying there really needs to be more of a focus here on the employee. Because why? They will become underproductive. They will become disenfranchised. They will feel marginalized, left out. So this is where we're getting some of the qualitative themes coming out here, where they don't feel part of the organization. So if they don't feel part, and they're thinking about a lifestyle change of the work-life balance, and there are now viable alternatives. You could, in the gig economy now, people are now reevaluating, are they going to be a slave to an employer now? A lot of this phraseology is being used. So now employers are now looking at things in a different way. So there has to be certainly more consideration and more consultation and more embedding of the employee dimension. They're more certainly aware of their rights and psychological contract violations. If you don't involve them, they don't feel part. They may do more in terms of work to rule. They may think a little bit more about what is my purpose. They may begin to question their role within the organization and think they're better off somewhere else, which again links back to why people are leaving in this great attrition, not only to go to a competitor, but to actually leave the industry altogether. The increased development of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial spirit, the disconnect with leadership, the failure that, or the perception that they are not valued or are getting the necessary care when they come back to the workplace. So other aspects have become necessarily less productive. You've also got the aspect of cost. If they leave, you've got to train someone else. And it's also the knowledge that's lost to a prospective competitor or a new rival if they set up on their own. So there's a lot of aspects here of the reasons why employees are so important to be engaged and consulted with any digital transformation, because loss of productivity, the opportunity, loss of extra work if they only work to rule and they don't do that extra effort, absenteeism. They might begin to, well, I don't feel well today, so I just won't bother coming in, because they just don't feel the love within the organization. And something else which is equally as concerning, employees have had to upskill and have to develop their skills. So if you think about the education sector, for example, they've had to learn new digital platforms, they've had to learn new skills, they've had to get new certificates. They are now very valued and highly employable. So another reason to involve the employee in a digital transformation, because it's that push-pull. They are tired, fatigued. You know, we spoke earlier in the slide about inertia, etc., and that fatigue, because they've had to learn a whole new skill set. So they may be, I don't feel valued, so they kind of pull back from the organization. And then other organizations are attracting them, going, hey, we value all your certificates and all the efforts that you've put in, whether it's in the education sector or another sector. So there is another risk, in addition to the cost, the absenteeism, and the lack of productivity. So there are solutions. So based on the literature and in some exploratory interviews, we found some interesting insight into what would make them feel more valued, more engaged, and more of an active participant in digital transformation. And the key themes were, we need our immediate manager to be inspiring. We are in control of our own ecosystem. It's not the leadership. It's my immediate ecosystem, because that's the individual that I work most closely with. So if that is a manager who is inspirational, is caring, has got compassion, empathy, a lot of the softer skills, they will feel more engaged. They want to be reassured. You know, it's like a leadership has made a decision. There's been a strategy and a vision change. They want reassurance from the immediate manager. Is this okay? Is this good for us? Yes, fine. They'll buy into it. So that's quite an interesting insight, because if you look at the literature, they talk about leadership as in vision, not necessarily that kind of intermediate or immediate line manager. So that's quite an interesting insight and can be done very quickly. It's getting that family and bond together within the particular business. In this case, it's education. The workplace culture, the space. Never underestimate that colleagues have been working at home. They want a comfortable space, which is with their friends, with their colleagues, which is a space that they can enjoy and be creative, be inspired, and feel part of the organization. I say ecosystem. That is the employee's ecosystem. So it has to be one which is a favorable one to that particular employee. So it's not just about the workplace culture. It's not about the gathering. It's also about the workspace and feedback, constantly being asked for their feedback, even though they've got nothing to say. It's giving them that opportunity to provide feedback, which was highly valued by the respondents we spoke to. I've mentioned social. We have moved away from this transactional. It's not just about money now. It's more about care. Colleagues are coming back with mental health problems, anxiety issues, stress, burnout. These are all common themes. If you look at the literature, we did a talk recently on attrition And these were key things that came out. So we need to focus more on the social and away from the transactional. More control, more empowerment. Now, this may seem contradictory, but they're wanting to do more work, but it's not about the work. It's about being recognized for the work that they do. It's if you don't recognize and value the work that they do, the employees will feel more disenfranchised. So at least they have that sense of control. I keep going on about the ecosystem. Employees kept saying they can only feel control of that small part which belongs to them. So if you give them control, they give on something in addition to their role, you're expanding their ecosystem, which gives perception of control and happiness. You know, let's be honest, it comes into the working space, the culture, the community. They want to be happy. If you get career growth, you get development, you get flexibility in working, you're going to be happier, and that's recognized by the government and the legislation that's going to come into play very soon. Said their identity. They want a sense of belonging. Who am I? You know, I'm just a person that's working for an employee. I'm a number. No, you're actually part of, you belong to something. You belong to, you know, Nadia and I both belong to the School of Business. We both belong to a community, a family. We rely on each other. We depend on each other. That is our ecosystem that we control. And it's, I could speak for the both of us and say that certainly we get a sense of control, empowerment, the love within the school is there, and that's what keeps us together. So these sort of things, we have an identity. You remove someone's identity, you disrupt their ecosystem, they then begin to question why they're there, and that then leads to perhaps a level of attrition. So that's just some of the key themes that have come out, and they're also supported by the literature. What we're seeing here is there's a real importance on focusing on the employee. To not engage with the employee, you're going to keep getting digital transformation failure. So there is a real necessity, not only in terms of ringgits, in this case in Malaysia, the cost, but also in terms of employees' well-being and retention. So I think in terms of these successive industrial revolutions as we're hitting Industry 5, businesses have transformed at a huge rate, you know, a real sense of urgency and accelerated pace. It's important for every business, but it's important for every business to acknowledge the role of the human and the person involved in that. How do you feel? This is some takeaway for you. Just think about your own business as you're sitting there listening to this video and going, how do I feel about digital transformation? Do I feel part of the revolution? Or am I simply just watching from the sidelines as this revolution passes me by? So some points there to take away. So thank you. Thank you for your attention. We were Nadia and Jason. And thanks very much. Hopefully that gave you some food for thoughts. Have a wonderful day. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, that ends the recorded presentation for today's conference. With that, we end the conference for today. We will meet all of you again in the ICIE 2023. Till then, take care and stay safe.